I can already feel my allergies giving me crap. Hi guys, we're live.
Hello.
I'm gonna share this.
Share it with the Reddit.
Yay! Share it with the
Or not the Reddit, the
group.
Discord, my bad. Yep.
Same thing.
Yeah, I don't know why I said Reddit, but I'm just like, yay, Reddit. And then I'm like, oh, Reddit can be crazy.
Reddit can be a little bit crazy.
I follow a few reality TV shows, and people on there can be just so vicious. And there are sometimes you have cast members who are like, well, this happened. And they're like, I don't care. You stink. And it's just like, oh, that's a little mean. Edit shouldn't be taken at face value.
But anyway.
We're here.
Hello, friends. While everybody is showing up, because everybody's always, usually I stream at night, and then it feels like I'm like always streaming in the middle of the night, and then when I stream at a normal time on Saturdays, everybody's like, oh, hi, Ellery. Ellery is the one that sent us this book and the sequel for this book.
Thank you, Ellery. And wasn't it Ellery's birthday on May 2nd, too?
On the 29th.
Oh,
I thought it was the 2nd, but 29th.
Oh,
so,
happy
yes.
early birthday, Ellery.
Or no, the last.
29th.
Yeah.
Oh, happy late birthday. My bad. Oh, it's because that says April, so I'm getting confused on days.
Oh, shoot. You're right. Sorry. I need to change that.
Sorry.
I would do it now, but I literally feel like I cannot get up from where I am. Hi, Tarfield Owl. Hello.
Hi.
While everybody's coming in, we are reading Thanks for the Birthday Wishes. You're welcome, Ellery. We appreciate it. We appreciate the book. We are reading So You Want to Be a Wizard by Diane Duane. Diane Duane, I believe, first became a talking point because we read a Star Trek novel, which was not by Diane, and it was bad. And Ellery brought up, and a couple other people were also like, yeah, I remember that Diane Duane, I think, wrote other books for the Star Trek series that were good.
Oh, okay.
And also wrote this series. So this is her 1983 novel, So You Want to Be a Wizard. Hi, Texas.
Hi, Texas.
Kindle says hi. Kindle is the cat.
Oh, hi. Hi, Kindle.
Hello, Kindle. Hello, everybody.
My first thought is Kendall Jenner's here. Isn't she supposed to be helping Kim saving the world with selfies?
Oh yeah. Which one was crying in the bathroom?
I think that was Kylie.
That was Kylie, yeah. Hi, Jay. Hello. We are doing good. It's Saturday. How was your birthday, Gabe?
It was good. I took myself to my alma mater, Georgia College and State University, to get some barbaritos because I don't know if it's just the Milledgeville barbaritos or just barbaritos in general. They have the best chips where it's just they're super thin. They have a nice amount of oil on them and they're seasoned to perfection in my opinion. And I had like a burrito, and I ordered the extra guacamole because it was my birthday, and then I got some Sonic. I got a chocolate milkshake, and my dad took me out to the Social Goat in Covington, Georgia.
Nice.
So that was fun.
I'm trapped by a cat, and I have so much shit to do.
Oh, no.
The cat is telling you that it's Saturday, and that you don't have so much shit to do. You can just chill. That's what cats do. Cats are like, no, we don't do things.
You pamper me. That is your job for today.
Ellery says, you will appreciate this book. I don't know how much Gabe will appreciate a certain other book I sent. Ellery also sent us My Immortal, a physical copy.
Oh, you told me about that one.
Yeah.
Was the writer serious or not?
We may never know.
There's some random person's just gonna be like, it was me, and everyone's gonna be like, okay. It's like when Dream or whomever the YouTuber was like, this is my face, and everyone was just like, oh, some random dude. But I'm sure there was like a niche group that is like, oh my gosh, Dream's face.
There was also a group of people that were like, he's ugly, and I was like, no, guys,
oh, no.
stop.
Rude.
To be more accurate, she says,
Aw.
Still at the Atlanta Zoo. Ooh. My cousin refuses to leave until he gets his ice cream. We've been here 4 hours. 4 hours at the zoo.
Oh my gosh.
Oh. Hi, Chris.
Hi, Chris. Thank you all for being here. We appreciate you.
I don't know if it was a meme or not, but it was the best $8.99 I've ever sent to you. I visit the physical copy.
Oh god.
See, here's the thing. Every time I think I know whether or not it was real, something else contradicts it. Because on one hand, it's like, if it was all a joke, somebody would have just come forward and been like, yeah, it was all a joke and I did it. Especially since they're selling it now. Like, get that bag. But the other part of me is like, some of this just seems too good to not be a joke. But like, I don't know. Maybe good things happen occasionally.
Plot twist, it's just different writers, but I'm sure someone's like, follow the money trail, who's getting the money for this? And then they find an address and they're like, you're the right, but don't ever do that. Don't stalk people like that. I'm just saying, like, if this were like a movie or something, it would happen and be like, they found the person, yay. But yeah, don't do that.
Yeah, Ellery's right. The problem also is that there are 5 different people who've come forward and been proven to be lying about having written My Immortal.
How did they know they were lying?
It's a long, complicated story. I think Sarah Zed has a really good video about trying to solve the mystery, and then a follow-up video where who she thought it was also proven wrong. So it's like a big thing. Hi, Pizza.
Hi, Pizza. I love you. Pizza. I love pizza. Sorry. I don't know the
I was
pizza
like, do you
person.
know pizza in real
Yeah, I'm
life?
just kidding. I don't. I just I just love pizza in general. The person, I don't know you very well. I apologize. This is confusing. I'm sorry. Oh, but I do love the tie-dye pizza at Mellow Mushroom. Delicious. Now I want pizza. Thank you, pizza.
Oh, it's your last day in Georgia and you have a bunch of stuff you want to do. Well, hello, by proximity. That was loud. This chair is so wonky. But at least it's a chair. Before this, I was just sitting on a drum stool that I was stealing from Spencer occasionally.
Oh.
And it had no back.
Oh, no.
Because it was a stool. There's too much to put into a chat character limit to explain how they know, but, like, they do have 0 doubts all 5 are lying. Yeah, they all got proven to be lying.
Oh.
See, there's this part of me that's like, it had to have just been a real 12-year-old who wrote it, got bored of it, came back, realized that it was a huge meme, and was too embarrassed to say anything because they were older and they realized how silly it was. Because, like, think about your worst fan fiction. It's, by the way, definitely better than My Immortal. For anybody out there in chat, I don't care. My Immortal makes no sense at all. But... like, yeah, if you came back to the internet one day to realize that your most cringeworthy fanfic that you wrote at 12 or 13 was, like, a huge meme, you probably wouldn't want to say anything either. But then on the other hand, there's just, like, the thing starts with, like, thanks to so-and-so for help with the spelling. Oh, thank you, Chris. Chris super chatted us $9.99.
Oh, thank you, Chris.
Oh, I also owe you $20 because we got $20 in super chats that just said 4 cranes.
Oh, okay. Yay. I can use it to buy more.
Yay.
I have my origami paper with me, so. And dinosaurs are easy to mail to people, so.
Yeah. Thanks for the. Like, she just couldn't. I stopped at the Scary Shell station to get gas. There's several Scary Shell stations, but have you been to a Kroger? And which Kroger have you been to? Because they all have names. There's You didn't know this? There's Crowbar. There's Murder Kroger. There's Disco Kroger, not to be confused with Gay Kroger. They all have different names. There's Hipster Kroger. There's another one. There's Communist Kroger.
Is it red? I'm just kidding.
No. I don't remember why it's called Communist Kroger. I think it's because they never have stuff at that particular Kroger.
Oh. What's the one near my house called? Because I always go to Kroger.
Off the top of my head, I can't remember. The one that is closest to... Well, no, that's not true. So basically, like, here in Atlanta, when people ask you what Kroger you live by, it's kind of like asking you what train stop you get off at, because it's just like, yes, you go to Hipster Kroger. Nice. You go to Crowbar. Crowbar is called Crowbar because it literally has a wine bar in there. Yeah, it's a fancy Kroger.
Oh, fancy.
But then some people are like, I go to the I think communist Kroger is the same one as like ghetto Kroger, but we're trying not to call it that anymore because that has negative connotations.
Oh.
But it's kind of like a busted Kroger. And then there's like fancier fun Krogers where all the fun people hang out.
Ah, I didn't know people hung out at the Krogers.
You know,
I used to work at Kroger during the Panorama.
God bless. It must have been a terrible time to work at Kroger.
I don't want to say the things I want to say online. I mean, I'm grateful for the job, but
Bye, Patrick.
Bye, Patrick.
Okay, so you want to be a wizard? Let's see.
Ooh.
Sneaking around and stealing this. Here, you want me to read the back, and do you want to read the first chapter?
I'll read the first chapter.
Okay, I think you usually read the first chapter. Something stopped Nita's hand as it ran along the bookshelf. She looked and found that one of the books had a loose thread at the top of its spine. It was one of those "So You Wanna Be a" books, a series on careers. So you want to be a pilot and a scientist, a writer. But this one says, "So you want to be a wizard." I don't believe this, Nita thought. She shut the book and stood there, holding it in her hand, confused, amazed, suspicious, and delighted. If it was a joke, it was a great joke. It was a great one. If it wasn't... The first book in the Young Wizard series. The book is funny, nicely scary, and enlivened by Duane's love for the real Manhattan, where monsters and wizards stay discreetly on the sidelines most of the time. Also from the Horn book. This book stands between the works of Diane Wynne Jones in its wizardry and spells, and those of Madeline Leon. I never know how to say her name. Leongle. In its scientific concepts and titanic battles between the good and evil. An outstanding original work. Yay!
Yay!
Very exciting.
Cool.
So that's what we're going to be reading. Hi, Natty.
Hi, Natty.
I'll be watching this while I'm at the convention. Also, I met the OG dub of Tuxedo Mask. Ah!
Tuxedo Mask.
Congrats. And she says, "Thank you. I almost cried." Oh my god, that's amazing.
Oh gosh, I listened to a podcast where Joshua Seth, the original voice of Ty and Digimon, he like sometimes interviews people, and he's interviewing Ben Diskin, who plays Bon in Seven Deadly Sins and stuff. And I'm like, if he's ever at Dragon Con, I want to meet Ben Diskin.
Also met the voice of TMNT 2003 Roth. Nice. Very fun.
Oh gosh, I'm like, okay, what are their names again? Wait, or I'm just like, oh, phew, we have Kit Kat wrappers, so we have our Tookie repellent because she doesn't like chocolate.
We do. We finished the Kit Kats, but we have the wrappers.
Yeah. So, we'll be like, stay back, Tookie, you heterophobic person. Stay back. And she'll be like, no.
We were actually just watching the Too Stupid to Hate, a book review of Model Land, as we were setting up the stream, and we had to pause it. We paused it because we're like, oh, we got to stream, but we got to keep watching this.
And when Avery says we, she means Avery, because Avery was the one to set all of this up. I just sat here because I have no idea what's going on, and Avery's just like, boop, 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 done.
I just plug things in and then panic a little bit and then ask Spencer what to plug into where, and then he tells me, and then I get it working. Usually.
Yeah, I would probably have to ask 10 times for like, what do I do here? And he'd be like, turn it on. So yay for Avery and her ability to do all this.
Oh, thank you. I explained to Kindle that I kind of need the litter box, and she dug her claws in.
No, my litter box. Okay, prologue. Part of the problem, Nita thought as she tore desperately down Rose Avenue, is that I can't keep my mouth shut. She had been running for 5 minutes now, hopping fences, sliding sideways through hedges, but she was losing her wind. Some ways behind her, she could hear Joan and Glenda and the rest of them pounding along in pursuit, threatening to replace her latest, now fading black eye. Well, Joan would come up to her with that new bike, all chrome and silver, and gear shift levers and speedometer and odometer and toe clips and water bottle, and ask what she thought of it. So Nita had told her, Actually, she had told Joan what she thought of her. The bike was all right. In fact, it had been almost exactly the one that Nita had wanted so much for her last birthday, the birthday when she got nothing but clothes. Life can be really rotten sometimes, Nita thought. She wasn't really so irritated about that at the moment, however. Running away from a beating was taking up most of her attention. Callahan! Came a yell from behind her. I'm gonna pound you up and mail you home in bottles.
Oof.
I wonder how many bottles it'll take, Nita thought without much humor. She couldn't afford to laugh. With their bikes, they'd catch up to her pretty quickly, and then she tried not to think of the scene there would be later at home. Her father raising hands and eyes to the ceiling, wondering loudly enough for the whole house to hear, "Why did you hit them back?" Her sister making belligerent noises over her new battle scars. Her mother shaking her head, looking away silently because she understood. It was her sad look that would hurt Nita more than the bruises and scrapes and swollen face would. Her mom would shake her head and clean the hurts up and sigh. Crud, Nita thought. The breath was coming hard to her now. She was going to have to try to hide to wait them out. But where? Most of the people around here didn't want kids running through their yards. There was old crazy Swale, S-W-A-L-E, Swale's house? With its big landscaped yard, but the rumors among the neighborhood kids said that weird things happen in there. Nita herself had noticed that the guy didn't go to work like normal people. Better to get beat up again than go in there, but where can I hide? She kept on running down Rose Avenue, and the answer presented itself to her. A little brown big brick building with windows warmly alight. Refuge, safety, sanctuary. The library. It's open. It's open. I forgot it was open late on Saturday. Oh, thank heaven. The sight of it gave Nita a new burst of energy. She cut across its tidy lawn, lopped up the walk, took the 5 stairs to the porch in 2 jumps, bumped up in the front door, and closed it behind her a little too loudly. The library had been a private home once. It hadn't lost the look of one despite the crowding of all its rooms with bookshelves. The walls were paneled with mahogany and oak, and the place smelled warm and brown and booky. At the thumb of the door, Miss Lesser, the weekend librarian, glanced up from her desk, about to say something sharp. Then she saw who was standing there and how hard she was breathing. Miss Lesser frowned at Nita and then grinned. She didn't miss much. "There's no one downstairs," she said, nodding to the door that led to the children's library and the single big basement room. "Keep quiet and I'll get rid of them." "Thanks," Nita said, and went thumping down the cement stairs. As she reached the bottom, she heard the bump and squeak of the front door opening again. Nita paused to try and hear voices and found that she couldn't. Doubting that her pursuers could hear her either, she walked on into the children's library, smiling slightly at the books and bright posters. She still loved this place. She loved any library, big or little. There was something about all that knowledge, all those facts waiting patiently to be found, that never failed to give her a shiver. When friends couldn't be found, the books were always waiting with something new to tell. Life was getting too much the same could be shaken up in a few minutes by picture in a book of some ancient temple newly discovered deep in a rainforest, a fuzzy photo of Uranus with its up and down rings, or a prismed picture taken through the faceted eye of a bee. And though she would rather have unalive than admit it, no respectable 13-year-old ever set foot down there. She still loved the children's library, too. Nita had gone through every book in the place when she was younger, reading everything in sight, fiction and nonfiction alike. Fairy tales, science books, horse stories, dog stories, music books, art books, even the encyclopedias. "Bookworm," she heard the old jeering voices go in her head. "Four-eye, smart butt, hide in the house and read, walking encyclopedia, think you're so hot?" "No," she remembered herself answering once. "I just like to find things out." And she sighed, feeling rueful. That time she had found out about being punched in the stomach. She strolled between the shelves, looking at titles, smiling as she met old friends, books she had read 3 times or 5 times or a dozen. Just a title or an author's name would be enough to summon up happy images. Strange creatures like phoenixes and Sameeds, P-S-A-M-M-E-A-D-S, Sameeds, moving under smoky London daylight of 100 years before, in company with groups of bemused children. Starships were meant to fly, hands up, and new worlds, and the limitless vistas of interstellar night. Outer space challenged but never conquered. Princesses in silver and golden dresses. Princes and heroes carrying swords like sharpened lines of light. Monsters rising out of weedy tarns. Wild creatures that talked and tricked one another. I used to think the world would be like that when I got older. Wonderful all the time. Exciting. Happy instead of the way it is. Something stopped Nita's hand as it ran along the bookshelf. She looked and found that one of the books, a little library-bound volume of shiny red bookroom, had a loose thread on top of its spine, on which her finger had caught. She pulled the finger free, glanced at the title. It was one of those So You Want to Be books. A series of careers. So you want to be a pilot? There had been. So you want to be a scientist, a nurse, a Perry. Perry wants to be a writer. But this one said, so you want to be a wizard. A what? Nita pulled the book off the shelf, surprised not so much by the title as by the fact she'd never seen it before. She thought she knew the whole stock of the children's library. Yet this wasn't a new book. It had plainly been there for some time. The pages had that yellow look about their edges, the color of aging, and the top of the book was dusty. So you want to be a wizard? Here, Hernson, the spine said. That was the author's name. Phoenix Press, the publisher. And then, in white ink, in Miss Lesser's tidy handwriting, 793.4, Perry. The Dewey Decimal System, Perry. Do you know the Dewey Decimal System? Because I don't. You are so cute.
I used to know the Dewey Decimal System. Not really anymore.
Is that where we insert the clip of Homer Simpson going, nerd?
If this was an edited video, I would.
Even though we're all nerds here. Oh, Perry's trying to rub her tail next to the microphone.
Perry. This is not Perry ASMR.
Perry purr. Oh. She's like, it's so warm.
Perry, you're gonna stop the stream. Get
down. Oh no.
Did I tell you I found an entire the other day Natasha was over and we were filming. And afterwards, I came back up here hours later, and the recorder was going, and I'm like, I know I turned that thing off. And I looked at the beginning of the recording. Perry had jumped up and turned it on.
Oh, Perry.
We're just sitting there. It was like, she wants to be a YouTuber.
Perry gets more views in 2 minutes than so many other people.
Oh, she would. More than me. Ellery says, this is such a sexy-sounding library.
Oh. This has to be a joke, Nita said to herself, but the book looked exactly like the others in the series. She opened it carefully, as to not interrupt Perry. She opened it carefully, so as not to crack the binding, and turned the first few pages to the table of contents. Normally, Nita was a fast reader and would quickly have finished a page with only a few lines on it, but what she found on the table of contents page slowed her down a great deal. Preliminary determinations, a question of aptitude, wizardly preoccupations and predilections, basic equipment and milius, introduction to spells, bindings, and gyasa, G-E-A-S-A, gyasa, familiars and helpmeets, advice to the initiate, psychotropic spelling. Psycho what? Turning the page to which the chapter began, looking at the bold-faced paragraph beneath its title. Warning. Spells of power sufficient to make temporary changes in the human mind are always subject to sudden and unpredictable backlash on the user. The practitioner is cautioned to make sure that his or her or their motives and are benevolent before attempting spelling aimed at. I don't believe this, Nita thought. She shut the book and stood there holding it in her hands, confused, amazed, and suspicious, and delighted. If it was a joke, it was a great one. If it wasn't, no, don't be silly. But if it isn't, people were clumping around upstairs, but Nita hardly heard them. She sat down at one of the low tables and started reading the book in earnest. The first couple of pages were forward. Wizardry is one of the most ancient and misunderstood of arts. Its public image for centuries has been one of mysterious pursuit, practiced in occult surroundings, and usually used at the peril of one's soul. Gingers beware. The modern wizard who works with tools more advanced than bats' red body juices, being more complex than medieval demons, knows how far from the truth that image is. Wizardry, though exciting and interesting, is not a glamorous business, especially these days, when a wizard must work quietly so as not to attract undue attention. For those willing to assume the art's responsibilities and do the work, though, wizardry has many rewards. The sight of a formerly twisted growing thing now growing straight, of a snarled motivation untangled, and the satisfaction of hearing what a plant is thinking or a dog is saying, it's all good, talking to a stone or a star, is thought by most to be well worth the labor. Not everyone is suited to be a wizard. Those without enough of the necessary personality traits will never see this manual for what it is. That have you found it all says a great deal for your potential. The reader is invited to examine the next few chapters and determine his, her, wizard, or their wizardry potential in detail, to become familiar with the scope of the art, and finally to decide whether to become a wizard. Good luck. It is a joke, Nita thought, really, and her own amazement. She wouldn't believe herself. She was too fascinated. She turned to the next chapter. Preliminary determinations. An aptitude for wizardry requires more than just the desire to practice the art. There are certain inborn tendencies, and some acquired ones, that enable a person to become a wizard. This chapter will list some of the better documented of wizardly characteristics. Please bear in mind that it isn't necessary to possess all the qualities listed or even most of them. Some of the greatest wizards have been lacking in the qualities possessed by almost all others and have still achieved startling competence levels. Slowly at first, then more eagerly, Nita began working her way through the assessment chapter, pausing only to get a pencil and scrap of paper from the checkout desk so that she could make notes on her aptitude. She was brought up short by the footnote at one page. Where ratings are not assigned, as in rural areas, the area of greatest population density will usually produce the most wizards due to the thinning of world walls with increased population concentration. Nita stopped reading amazed. Thinning of world walls? Were they saying that there are other worlds, other dimensions, and things can get through? Things or people? She sat there and wondered. All the old fairy tales about people falling down wells into magical countries or slipping backward in time or forward into it. Did this mean that such things could actually happen? If you could actually go into an other world, other places and come back again.
Oh, no. Guys, did you see that? Harry, honey. She tried to jump up and grab on. Did she claw you?
Or she, I could feel her claw in my leg.
I'm sorry. I thought she had clawed your arm.
No, it's all good. I'm just like, I just kind of like stood still. I'm just like, Harry.
She was trying to jump up, and then she realized that she can't dig her claws into the desk, so she just was like, crap, and then she fell.
Oh, Perry, are you okay, sweetie?
Yes, Texas, I saved that clip of her turning it on. It will be a short. I just have to post it. I forgot how much, Ellery says, I forgot how much and how early I knew in the book. I knew that I loved the world building. It does have good world building.
You mean you can do world building in like 3 pages instead of like an entire chapter like some people we know? Turkey. Who would believe anything who came back and told a story like anybody who came back and told a story like that, even if they took pictures? But who cares? She answered herself fiercely. If only it could be true. She turned her attention back to the book and went on reading. Though skeptically, the whole thing still felt like a game, but abruptly it stopped being a game with one paragraph. Sorry. Wizards love words. Most of them read a great deal, and indeed one strong sign of a potential wizard is the inability to get to sleep without reading something first. But their love for and fluency with words is what makes wizards a force to be reckoned with. Their ability to convince a piece of the world, a tree, say, or a stone, that it's not what it think it is, that it's something else, is the very heart of wizardry. Words skillfully used, the persuasive voice, the persuading mind are the wizard's most basic tools. With them, a wizard can stop a tidal wave, talk a tree out of growing or into it, freeze fire, burn rain, like Adele and setting fire to the rain, even slow down the unaliving of the universe. That last, of course, is the reason there are wizards. See the next chapter. Nita stopped short. The universe was running down. All the energy in it was slowly being used up. She knew that from studying astronomy. The process was called entropy. Oh, side note, entropy comes into play in the anime Puella Magi Magica Magica, which and it's really interesting and basically it's just like, hey, or I don't want to spoil anything, but there's entropy in it, and magical girls play like a really big part in that, and it's just like, oh, fascinating. And it like twists the magical genre on its head, and it's just like, oh my. But she never heard anyone talk about slowing it down before. She shook her head in amazement and went to the correlation section. Sorry. Where all the factors involved in the makeup of potential wizards were listed. Nita found that she had a lot of them, enough to be a wizard if she wanted to. With rising excitement, she turned to the next chapter, Theory and Implications of Wizardry. The heading said History, Philosophy, and the Wizard's Oath. 50 or 60 eons ago, when life brought itself about, it also brought about it also brought about to accompany it many powers and potentialities to manage the business of creation. One of the greatest of these powers held aloof for a long time, watching its companions work, not wishing to enter into creation until it could contribute something unlike anything the other powers had made, something completely new and original. Finally, the lone power found what it was looking for. Others had invented planets, light, gravity, space. The lone power invented unaliving and bound it irrevocably into the world. Shortly thereafter, the other powers joined forces and cast the lone one out. Many versions of this story are related among the many worlds, assigning blame or praise to one party or another. However, none of the stories change the fact that entropy and its symptom, unaliving, are here now. To attempt to halt or remove them is futile as attempting to ignore them. Therefore, there are wizards to handle them. A wizard's business is to conserve energy, to keep it from being wasted. On the simplest level, this includes such unmagical looking actions as paying one's bills on time, turning off the light when you go out, and supporting the people around you into getting their lives to work. It also includes a great deal more. Because wizardly people tend to be good with language, they can also become skillful with the speech. The magical tongue in which objects and living creatures can be described with more accuracy than in any human language. And what can be accurately described can also be preserved or free to become yet greater. The wizard can cause an inanimate or object or inanimate creature to grow or stop growing, to be what it is or something else. A wizard using the speech can cause unaliving to slow down or go somewhere else and come back later, just as the lone power caused it to come about in the first place. Creation, preservation, destruction, transformation, all are a matter of causing the fabric of being to do what you want it to, and the speech is the key. Nita stopped to think this over for a moment. It sounds like if you know what something is, truly know, you don't have any trouble working with it. Like a telescope, if it acts up, you know every piece of it, and it takes a second to get it working again. To have that kind of control over everything, live things, the world even. She took a deep breath and looked back at the book, beginning to get the idea of the kind of power was implied there. The power conferred by use of the speech has, of course, one insurmountable limitation, the existence of unaliving itself. As one renowned senior wizard has remarked, entropy has us outnumbered. No matter how much preserving we do, the universe will eventually unalive. But it will last longer because of our efforts. And since no one knows for sure whether another universe will be born from the ashes of this one, the effort seems worthwhile. No one should take the wizard's oath who is not committed to making wizardry a life long pursuit. The energy invested in a beginning wizard is too precious to be thrown away, yet there are no penalties for withdrawal from the art, except the knowledge that the universe will unalive a little faster because of energy lost. On the other hand, there are no prizes for the service of life, except life itself. The wizards get the delight of working in a specialized area, magic, and get a good look at the foundations of the universe, the way things really work. It should be stated here that there are people who consider the latter more of a curse than a blessing. Such wizards usually lose their art. Magic does not live in the unwilling soul. Should you decide to go ahead and take the oath, be warned that an ordeal of sorts will follow, a test of aptitude. If you pass, wizardry will ensue. Yeah, Nita thought. And what if you don't pass? Nita? Miss Lesser's voice came floating down the stairs, and a moment later she herself appeared, a large brunette lady with kind eyes and a look of eternal concern. You still alive? I was reading. So, excuse me, sorry. So what else is new? They're gone. Thanks, Miss L. What was all that about anyway? Oh, Joan was looking to pick a fight again. Miss Lesser raised an eyebrow at Nita, and Nita smiled back at her shamefacedly. She didn't miss much. Well, I might have helped her a little. I guess it's hard, Miss Lesser said. I doubt I could be nice all the time myself if I had that lot on my back. That the only one you want today, or should I just have the nonfiction section boxed and sent over to your house? No, this is enough, Nita said. If my father sees too many books, he'll just make me bring them back. Miss Lesser sighed. Reading one book is like eating one potato chip, she said. So you'll be back Monday? There's more where that came from. I'll check it out for you. Nita felt in her pocket hurriedly. Oh, crud, Miss L, I don't have my card. So you bring it back Monday, she said, handing her back the book as they reached the landing, and I'll stamp it then. I trust you. Thanks, Nita said. Don't mention it. Be careful going home, Miss Lesser said. And have a nice read. I will. Nita went out and stood on the doorstep, looking around in the deepening gloom. Dinner time was getting close, and the wind was getting cold, with a smell of rain to it. The book in her hand seemed to prickle a little, as if it were impatient to be read. She started jogging toward home, taking a circuitous route. Yeah, Circuitous. Circuitous.
I think you're right.
Oh, yay. Why are you putting so many big words in here, Diane?
Funny on that point, Ellery says, I love how Diane doesn't dumb down her writing or word choice despite writing for a younger audience. I like that too. Instead of some books that we've read that are, written like an 8-year-old is supposed to read them. But then they are full of things that 8-year-olds shouldn't be reading about.
With words that don't even exist.
Yeah, the words that don't even exist are the best part. The It in Fit says, I was crazy about these books when I was a kid. Ellery also says, so basically, so you want to be a wizard and so you want to be an author are effectively the same thing, LMAO, referring to when it was like, wizards, the first sign that you're a wizard is that you can't fall asleep without reading anything.
Yep. This is all some ploy to get more writers because we're running out. Or good writers. I don't know. I'm just kidding. I don't know. Sorry to all the writers out there.
There's lots of good writers out there. There's lots of writers out there that are not good. We won't name names.
My immortal.
We can safely say that at least at the time of writing, if it was written in earnest, was not written by a good writer. If it was written as a joke, it was written by the comedy genius of our time.
Oh gosh, I can't wait for the movie to come out where it's called My Immortal, and it's just like the backstory to someone writing it, but at the end it's like the writer was never found, and it's like, oh, this is all what we think happened. Anyway, up Washington from Rose Avenue, then through town along Nassau Road and down East Clinton, a path meant to confound pursuit. She didn't expect that they would be waiting for her only a block away from her house, where there were no alternate routes to take, and when they were through with her, the six of them, one of Nita's eyes was blackened, and the knee of Joan had so carefully stomped on felt swollen with liquid fire. Nita just lay there for a long while on a spot where they left her, behind the O'Donnell's hedge. The O'Donnells were out of town. There she lay and cried, as she would not in front of Joan and the rest, as she would not until she was safely in bed and out of her family's earshot. Whether she provoked these situations or not, they kept happening, and there was nothing she could do about them. Joan and her hangers-on had found out that Nita didn't like to fight and wouldn't try until her rage broke loose. And then it was too late. She was too hurt to fight well. All her self-defense lessons went out of her head with the pain, and they knew it, and at least once a week found a way to sucker her into a fight, or if that failed, they would simply ambush her. She purposely baited Joan today, but there been a fight coming anyway, and she had chosen to start it rather than wait, getting angry and angrier while they baited her. But this would keep happening again and again. There was nothing she could do about it. Oh, I wish we could move. I wish Dad would say something to Joan's father. No, that would just make it worse. If only something could just happen to make it stop. Underneath her, where it had fallen, the book dug into Nita's sore ribs. The memory of what she had been reading flooded back through her pain and was followed by a wash of wild surmise. If there are spells to keep things from unaliving, then I bet there are spells to keep people from hurting you. Then Nita scowled at herself in contempt for actually believing for a moment what couldn't possibly be more than an elaborate joke. She put aside thoughts of the book and slowly got up, brushing herself off and discovering some new bruises. She also discovered something else. Her favorite pen was gone. Her space pen, a present from her Uncle Joel, the pen that could write on butter or glass or upside down, her pen with which she had never failed a test, even in math. She patted herself all over, checked the ground, searched in pockets where she knew the pen couldn't be. No use, it was gone, or taken rather, for it had been securely clipped to her front jacket pocket when Joan and her group jumped her. It must have fallen out, and one of them picked it up. Ugh! Nita moaned, feeling bitter enough to start crying again, but she was all cried out and she ached too much, and it was a waste. She stepped around the hedge and limped the little distance home. Her house was pretty much like any other on the block, a white frame house with fake shutters, but whether other houses had their lawns, Nina's had a beautifully landscaped garden. Ivy carpeted the ground, and the flower beds against the house had something blooming in every season except the middle of winter. Nita trudged up the driveway without bothering to smell any of the spring flowers, went up the stairs to the back door, pushed it open, and walked into the kitchen as nonchalantly as she could. Her mother was elsewhere, but the delicious smells of her cooking filled the place. Veal cutlets tonight. Nita peered into the oven, saw potatoes baking, lifted a pot lid, and found corn on the cob in the steamer. Her father looked up from the newspaper. He was reading at the dining room table. He was a big, blunt, good-looking man with startling silver hair and large, capable hands. An artist's hands, he would chuckle as he pieced together a flower arrangement. He owned the smaller of the town's two flower shops, and he loved his work dearly. He had done all the landscaping around the house in his spare time and around several neighbors' houses too, refusing to take anything in return but the satisfaction of being up in his elbows in a flower bed. Whatever he touched grew. I have an understanding with the plants, he would say, and it certainly seemed that way. It was people he sometimes had trouble understanding, and particularly his eldest daughter. My lord, Nita, her father exclaimed, putting the paper down flat on the table. His voice was shocked. What happened? As if you don't know, Nita thought. She could clearly see the expressions going around her father's face. My gosh, they said. She's done it again. Why doesn't she fight back? What's wrong with her? He would get around to asking that question at one point or another, and Nita would try to explain it again. And as usual, her father would try to understand and would fail. Nita turned around and opened the refrigerator door, peering at nothing in particular, so that her father wouldn't see the grimace of impatience and irritation on her face. She was tired of the whole ritual, but she had to put up with it. It was inevitable as being beaten up. I was in a fight, she said, the second verse of the ritual, same as the first. The second line of the scene, tiredly she closed the refrigerator door and put the book down on the counter beside the stove and peeled off her jacket, examining it for rips and ground up dirt and red body juices. So how many of them did you take out? Her father said, turning his eyes back to the newspaper. His face still showed exasperation and puzzlement, and Nita smiled. He looks about as tired of this as I am, but really, he knows the answer. I'm not sure, Nita said. There were 6 of them. 6? Nita's mother came around the corner from the living room and into the bright kitchen, danced in, actually. Just watching her made Nita smile sometimes, and it did now. Though changing expressions hurt, she had been a dancer before she married Dad, and the grace with which she moved made her every action around the house seem polished, endlessly rehearsed, lovely to look at. She glided with the laundry, floated while she cooked, loading the odds a bit, weren't they? Yeah, Nita was hurting almost too much to feel like responding to the gentle humor. Her mother caught the pain in her voice and stopped to touch Nita's face as she passed. Assessing the damage and conveying how she felt about it in one brief gesture, without saying anything that anyone else but the 2 of them might hear. No sitting up for you tonight, kidlet, her mother said. Bed and ice on that before you swell up like a balloon. What started it? Her dad asked from the dining room. Joan Varela. Nita said. Varela? Nita. Virella. Virus. Joan Virus. Nita said. She has a new bike and I didn't get as excited about it as she thought I should. Nita's father looked up from the paper again, and this time there was discomfort in his face and regret. Nita, he said, I couldn't afford it this month, really. I thought I was going to be able to earlier, but I couldn't. I wish I could have. Next time for sure. Nita nodded. It's okay, she said, even though it wasn't really. She'd wanted that bike, wanted it so badly, but Joan's father owned a big 5 and dime on Nassau Road and could afford $300 bikes for his children at the drop of a birthday. Nita's father's business was a lot smaller and was prone to what he called, in front of most people, cash flow problems, or in front of his family, being broke most of the time. But what does Joan care about cash flow or any of the rest of it? I wanted that bike. Here, dreamer, her mother said, tapping her on the shoulder and breaking her thought. She handed Nita an ice pack and turned back toward the stove. Go lie down on your swell worse. I'll bring you something in a while. Shouldn't she stay sitting up? Nita's father said. Seems as if the fluid would drain better or something. You didn't get beat up enough when you were younger, Harry.
You didn't get beat up enough when you were younger, Harry.
Yeah, well, side note, my dad's name is Harry, and my dad learned martial arts very early on, so my father was also not beat up when he was younger.
Ooh.
Well, he would defend himself, so he might have gotten... He probably didn't get beat up, but, you know, he can take
you just
out.
go and you're like, Dad, did you get beat up as a kid?
He'd be like, no, I beat them up. Because they picked on him because he was smaller than the other kids. So he's just like, you know what? There's a fun story about how he punched one of his cousins in the face at a wedding, but that could be saved for a later time.
What? Okay. Real quick, Ellery says this is how you do a reluctant hero. I love Nita so much as a protagonist. I like her too. And Dirtbrek says, hello, I'm a lazy writer because I just made the magic school and the normal school the same school.
Or that reminds me of Blue Exorcist, where they have a regular school, but then they have the, hey, this is how you fight demons class in the same school, but in like a hidden area.
Nice.
But you didn't beat up enough people when you were younger, Harry, her mother said. If she doesn't lie down, she'll blow up like a basketball. Scoot, Nita. She scooted around the corner into the dining room, around the second corner into the living room, and straight into her little sister, bumping loose one of the textbooks she was carrying and scattered half her armload of pink plastic curlers. Nita bent to help pick things up again. Her sister bent down beside her. It didn't take long to figure out what had happened. Varela again? Huh? Varela? Again, huh? Varela.
I don't know. I just say it, Varela.
Varela. Again, huh? She asked. Darine, D-A-I-R-I-N-E. Darine was 11 years old, red-headed like her mother, gray-eyed like Nita, and precocious. She was taking 10th grade English courses and breezing through them, and Nita was teaching her some algebra on the side. Darine had her father's square-boned bills and her mother's grace and a perpetual cocky grin. She was a great sister as far as Nita was concerned, even if she was a little too smart for her own good. Yeah, Anita said, look out, kid, I've got to go lie down. Don't call me kid. You want me to beat up Varia for you? Be my guest. Be my guest.
Nerve to the test. I'd have to around your neck. Sorry.
Oh, good. I don't know the words to that song. I'm sorry. It's weird. Early Disney songs, I, for some reason, can't understand what they're singing. My brain is just like,
Soup du jour, hot hors d'oeuvre, while we only live to serve.
oh.
That's the words.
Understood. But dang, we only live to serve.
Yeah, but they are technically like he's a candlestick, so like
All right, they're employees of a kingdom, so I can understand the wording.
Dareen or Dyrene, I believe Ellery says.
Dyrene. I want to go with Dareen though. Dareen. It's like Theophilios. Theophilios. Bumping the door open, she fumbled for the light switch and flipped it on. The familiar maps and pictures looked down at her. The National Geographic map of the moon and some enlarged Voyager photos of Jupiter and Saturn and their moons. Nita eased herself down onto the bottom bunk bed, groaning softly. The deep bruises were beginning to bother her now. Lord, she thought, what did I say? If Derry does beat Joan up, I'll never hear the end of it. Dareen had once been small and fragile and subject to being beaten up, mostly because she had never learned to curb her mouth either. And Nita's parents had sent her to jujitsu lessons at the same time they sent Nita. On Derry, though, the lessons took. One or two overconfident kids had gone after her about a month and a half into her lessons and had been thoroughly and painfully surprised. She was protective enough to take Joan on and horrors throw her clear over the horizon. It would be all over school. Nita Callahan's little sister beat up the girl who beat Nita up. Oh no, Nita thought. Her door opened slightly and Derry stuck her head in. Of course, she said. If you rather do it yourself, I'll let her off this time. Yeah, Nita said, thanks. Dareen made a face. Here, she said, and pitched Nita's jacket in at her, and then right after it, the book. Nita managed to field it while holding the ice pack in place with her left hand. You left it in the kitchen, Dareen said. Gonna be a magician, huh? Make yourself vanish then when they chase you. Sure, go color your hair, runt. Are we allowed to say that?
Runt?
Yeah.
I don't think we're not allowed to say that. I don't think there's anything wrong with runt.
Okay, cool. Because I didn't want to have another G word situation where I'm like, la la. No.
Unless there's something that I truly do not know.
Chad, can we say runt?
I think we can. I only know because both the name and I are Irish, so some part of my brain is hardwired for Celtic pronunciation. That said, by all means, have fun with it.
Oh, okay.
And Derprex says, my liver is about to become the gray stuff.
Oh.
Oh my gosh. And then Texas says, if you don't fight back when people attack you, you have not been in a fight. You have survived a beating. True. Very true. It's not a fight if one person is hitting the other person and the other person is doing nothing.
Or that just reminds me of The Simpsons where it's like, stop, they're already unalive. But...
Oh, yeah.
And it's just like, oh, poor Nita. Nita sat back against the headboard of the bed, staring at the book. Why not? Who knows what kind of spells you could do? Maybe I could turn Joan into a turkey, as if she isn't one already. Or don't insult turkeys like that. Or maybe there's a spell of getting lost pens back. Though the book made it sound awfully serious, as if the wizardry were for big things. Maybe it's not right to do spells for little stuff like this. And anyway, you can't do the spells until you've taken the oath. And once you've taken it, that's supposed to be forever. Oh, come on, it's a joke. What harm can there be in saying words if it's a joke? And if it's not, then I'll be a wizard. Her father knocked on her door, then walked in with a plate loaded with dinner and a glass of cola. Nita grinned up at him, not too widely, for it hurt. Thanks, Dad.
Oh.
Here, he said after Nita took the plate and the glass and handed her a couple of aspirin. Your mother says to take these. Thanks. Nita took them with the Coke, while her father sat down on the edge of the bed. Nita, he said, is there something going on that I should know about? Huh? It's been once a week now, sometimes twice for quite a while. Do you want me to speak to Joe Varea and ask him to have a word with Joan? No, sir. Nita's father stared at his hands for a moment. What should we do then? I really can't afford to start you on karate lessons again. Jujitsu. Whatever, Nita. What is it? Why does this keep happening? Why don't you hit them back? I used to. Do you think it made a difference? Joan would just get more kids to help. Her father stared at her. Anita flushed hot at the stern look on his face. I'm sorry, Daddy. I didn't mean to yell at you, but fighting back just gets them madder. It doesn't help. It might help you from getting mangled every week if you just keep trying, her father said angrily. I hate to admit it, but I'd love to see you wipe the ground up with that loudmouth rich kid. So would I, Nita said. So would I, Gabe said. Nita thought, but violence is not the answer.
It's the question, and the answer is yes.
But I don't want someone to watch this and be like, you're a bad influence. You say violence is okay.
No, violence is not okay. In the fictional setting, though.
In fiction.
Yeah.
In fiction,
no one's actually getting hurt.
Exactly. Because they're not real.
Ellery says, what harm is there in reading words out loud? Well, you see, that's what all the protagonists say right before they find the fuck out, Nita. Fuck around and find out, Nita.
Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. That's the So would I, Nita thought. That's the problem. She swallowed, feel guilty over how much she wanted to get back at Joan somehow. Dad, Joan and her bunch just don't like me. I don't do things they do or play games they play or like the things they like, and I don't want to, so they don't like me, that's all. Her father looked at her and shook his head sadly. I just don't want to see you hurt. Kidling, I don't know if you could just be a little more like them. If you could try to. He trailed off, running one hand through his silver hair. What am I saying? He muttered. Look, if there's anything I can do to help, will you tell me? Yes, sir.
I've never heard a fictional parent be like, can't you just hit them? I love it.
Okay. Well, I remember when I was younger, my sister would beat me up, and my parents would just be like, hit her back. And I'm just like, no, that's terrible. I wanted to. Well, because she would hit harder, and I'm just like,
I think I was a very, very small child. I knew better than to than to start fights, I think. But the one time, my cousin and I were playing, and he was I don't know, he was making fun of me saying that I was too tiny to hit back. I wasn't gonna hit him. So I hit him square in the stomach, and then he started crying, and then I got in trouble. But I was like, look, he said he didn't think I could do it. So I just did it to prove that I could. I was like 6.
Well, as the kids say, he effed around and found
out. He found
out. Oh, gosh. I'm just like, have I ever gotten into a fight? Probably, but I have lost every single one. Luckily, I haven't had to do any in a few years.
Oh, no.
Please don't fight me. I'm very fragile. You
show up to set and somebody's just like, hey, Gabe, let's fight. And you're like, no.
Okay. I watch a lot of Housewives and RuPaul's Drag Race, so I'm like, I could read a B word to Phil, and then in real life, I'm just like, okay, what would I say? No, that's too mean. No, that's too mean. Oh, no, that's really mean. All
growing up, and even to this day, I have been the stereotypical little kid that's just really sarcastic, and the adults are just like, you're going to be sarcastic to the wrong person one day.
Oh, yes, I have done that. I've done that a few times where I'm just like, ha, ha, ha. Oh. Luckily, it hasn't gotten me in too much trouble.
Yay!
Luckily, when I'm being sarcastic, it's around friends and they're like, hey, just be careful. And I'm like, okay. Sorry. Okay, if you feel better tomorrow, would you rake up the backyard a little? I want to go over the lawn around the rowan tree with the aerator. Maybe put down some seed. Sure, I'll be okay, Dad. They didn't break anything. My girl. That just reminds you of when Jason Momoa as Aquaman was like, my man. And I'm sure everyone was like, I guess Justice League isn't that bad. Anyway. Sorry. Don't read so much it hurts your eyes now. I won't, Nita said. Her father... I'm just imagining him saying that to us while we're reading Model Land. Too late.
Too late, Dad.
Sorry, Dad. Don't read so much. I won't. Her father strode out the door, forgetting to close it behind him as usual. She ate her supper slowly, for it hurt too much to chew. She tried to think about something besides Joan or that book. The moon was at first quarter tonight. It would be a good night to take the telescope out and have a look at the shadows on the craters. Or there was a fuzzy little comet. Maybe it had more tail than it did last week. It was completely useless. The book lay there on her bed and stared at her, daring her to do something childlike, something silly, something absolutely ridiculous. Nita put aside her empty plate, picked up the book, and stared back at it. All right, she said under her breath, all right. She opened the book at random, and on the page to which she opened, there was the oath. It was not decorated in any way. It stood there, a plain block of type all by itself in the middle of the page, looking serious and important. Nita read the oath to herself first to make sure of the words, then quickly, before she could start to feel silly, she read it out loud. In life's name and for life's sake, she read, I say that I will use the art for nothing but the service of that life. I will guard growth and ease pain. I will fight to preserve the growths and lives well in its own way, and I will change no object or creature unless its growth and life or that of the system of which it is part are threatened. To these ends, in the practice of my art, will put aside fear for courage and unaliving for life when it is right to do so till universe's end. The words seemed to echo slightly as if the room were larger than it really was. Nita sat very still, wondering what the ordeal would be like, wondering what would happen now. Only the wind spoke softly in the leaves of the trees outside the bedroom window. Nothing else seemed to stir anywhere. Nita sat there, and slowly the tension began to drain out of her as she realized that she hadn't been hit by lightning, nor had anything strange at all happened to her. Excuse me. Now she felt silly, and tired too, she discovered. The effects of her beating were catching up with her. Wearily, Nita shoved the book under her pillow, then lay back against the headboard and closed her hurting eyes. So much for that joke. She would have a nap, then later she'd get up and take the telescope out back. But right now. After a while, night was not night anymore. That was what brought Nita to the window much later. She leaned on the sill and gazed out in calm wonder at her backyard, which didn't look quite the same as usual. A blaze of unaliving morning lay over everything. Bushes and trees cast light instead of shadow, and she could see the wind standing in the ivy under her window. She turned her eyes up to the silver glowing sky to get used to the brilliance. How about that, she said. The backyard's here too. Next to her, the lesser brilliance that gazed up at the same sky shrugged slightly. Of course, it said. This is Time Heart after all. Yes, Nita said anxiously as they passed across the yard and out into the bright shadow of the steel and crystal towers. But did I do right? Her companion shrugged again. Go find out, it said, and glanced up again. Nita wasn't sure she wanted to follow the glance. Once she had looked up and seen, I dreamed you were gone, she said suddenly. The magic stayed and you went away. She heard inside, enough to cry, but her companion flickered with laughter. No one ever goes away forever, it said, especially not here. Nita looked up, then the bright morning and the brighter shadows. The day went on and would not end. The sky blazed now like molten silver. The sun on her face woke Nita up as usual. Someone, her mother probably, had come in last night to cover her up and take the dishes away. She turned over slowly, stiff but not in too much pain, and felt the hardness under her pillow. Nita sat up and pulled the book out, felt around for her glasses. The book fell open in her hand at the listing for the wizards in New York metropolitan area, which Nita had glanced at the afternoon before. Now she looked down the first column of names, and her breath caught. Callahan, Juanita L., 243E, Clinton Avenue, Hempstead, New York, 11575, 516-555-6787, novice pre-rating. Her mouth fell open. She shut it again. I'm going to be a wizard, she thought. Nita got up and got dressed in a hurry.
Ooh.
Yay!
This is a very good book. Texas says, reading spells out loud is the same reason spells rhyme. It shows intent. And Paulo says, can't stay, just popping in to say hi. Hi, Paulo. All right. Chapter, well, we're gonna lose sight of how many chapters we're on pretty quickly. But, preliminary exercises. She did her chore that morning and got out of the house with the book as fast as she could, heading for one of her secret places in the woods. If weird things start happening, she thought, no one will see them there. Oh, I'm going to get that pen back. And then, behind the high school around the corner from Nita's house was a large tract of undeveloped woodland. The usual Long Island combination of scrub oak, white pine, and sassafras. Nita detoured around the school, pausing to scramble over a couple of chain link fences. There was a path on the other side. After a few minutes, she turned off it to pick her way carefully through low underbrush and among the fallen logs and trees and stumps. Then there was a solid wall of clumped sassafras and twining wild blackberry bushes. It looked totally impassable, and the blackberries threatened Nita with their thorns, but she turned sideways and pushed through the walls of greenery, undaunted. She emerged into a glade walled all around with blackberry and gooseberry and pine, sheltered by the overhanging branches of several trees. A large crabapple stood near the edge of the glade, and there was a flattish, half-buried boulder at the base of its trunk. Here, she could be sure no one was watching. Nita sat down on the rock with a sigh, put her back up against the tree, and spent a few moments getting comfortable, then opened the book and started to read. She found herself not just reading after a while, but studying, cramming the facts into her head with that particular mental stomp she used when she knew she was going to have to know something by heart. The things the book was telling her now were not vague and abstract as the initial discussion of theory had been, but straightforward as the repair manual for a new car. And nearly as complex. There were tables and lists of needed resources for working spells. There were formulas and equations and rules. There was a syllabary and pronunciations guide for the 418 symbols used in wizard speech, in the wizardly speech. To describe relationships and effects that the other human languages had no specific words for. The information went on and on. The book was printed small, and there seemed no end to the things Nita was going to have to know about. She read about the hierarchy of practicing wizards. Her book listed only those practicing in the U.S. and Canada, though wizards were working everywhere in the world, and she scanned down the listing for the New York area, noticing the presence of advisory wizards, area supervisors, senior wizards. She read through a list of the other worlds closest to her own, alternate Earths where the capital of the United States was named, Huitzilopitili. I don't know how to say that. Canada, you say, Derprex says? Huitzilopochtli.
We'll just go with your guys. I'm just like, what?
Or Lafayette City, or Rothkel, or New Washington, and where the people still called themselves Americans, though they didn't match Nita's ideas about the term. She learned that the horseman's word, which gets the attention of any member of the genus Equus, even the zebras, and the two forms of the mason's word, which gives stone the appearance of life for short periods. One chapter told her about the magical creatures living in cities whose presence even the non-wizardly people suspect sometimes. Creatures like the steam-breathing fireworms, pack-ratty little lizards that creep through cracks in building walls to steal treasures and trash for their lair. Hordes under the streets. Nita thought about all the steam she had seen coming up from manhole covers in Manhattan and smiled, for now she knew what was causing it. She read on, finding out how to bridle the nightmare and learning what questions to ask the transcendent pig should she meet him. She read about the trees battle, who fought in it, who won it, and why. She read about the 40 basic classes of spells and their subclasses. She read about Time Heart, the unreal and eternal realm where the places and things people remember affectionately and are preserved as they remember them forever. In the middle of the description of things preserved in their fullest beauty forever and still growing, Nita found herself feeling a faint tingle of unease. She was also getting tired. She dropped the book in her lap with an annoyed sigh. I assume. Oh yeah, there's some words that are near impossible to pronounce in these books. Okay, well that makes me feel better. I thought I just was struggling to read.
No, it's not. Our Tyra saw that and was like, what if I made up the words that they can't read?
These words have root words, I believe. The words that Tookie uses are just like gibberish.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. For there was just too much to absorb in one sitting, and she had no clear idea of where to begin. Crud, she said under her breath. I thought I'd be able to make Joanne vanish by tomorrow morning. Nita picked up the manual again and leafed through it to the section labeled Preliminary Exercises. The first one was set in a small block of type in the middle of an otherwise empty page. To change something, you must first describe it. To describe something, you must first see it. Hold still in one place for as long as it takes to see something. Nita felt puzzled and slightly annoyed. This didn't sound much like magic, but obediently, she put the book down and settled herself more comfortably against the tree, folded her arms and sighed. It's almost too warm to think about anything serious. What should I look at? The rock over there? Nah, it's kind of dull looking. Rock, that weed. Look how its leaves go up around the stem in a spiral. Nita leaned her head back, stared up through the crab tree's branches. That rotten Joanne. Excuse me. Where would she have hidden that pen, I wonder? Maybe if I could sneak into her house somehow. Maybe there is a spell for that. Have to do it after dark, I guess. Maybe I could do it tonight. Wish it didn't take so long to get dark this time of year. Nita looked at the sky where it showed between the leaves, a hot blue mosaic of light where with here and there the fire flicker of sun showing through, shifting with the shift of leaves in the wind. There are kinds of patterns in the wind, never goes through the same way twice, and there are patterns in the branches, but they're never quite the same either. And look at the changes in the brightness. The sky is the same, but the leaves cover sometimes more and sometimes less. The patterns, they won't let you have a moment's rest, the crabapple tree said irritably. Nita jumped, scraping her back against the trunk as she sat up straight. She had heard the tree quite plainly in some way that had nothing to do with spoken words. It was light patterns she had heard, and wind movements. Leaf rustle, fire flicker. Finally paid attention, did you? The tree said the tree. As if one of them isn't enough messing up someone's fallen leaf pattern that's been in progress for 15 years, drawing circles all over the ground and messing up the matrices. Well, what's your excuse? Nita sat there with her mouth open, looking up at the words the tree was making with its cranky light and shadow. It works. It works. She said, not knowing whether the tree could understand her. I didn't draw any circles on your leaves. No, but the other one did, the tree said. Made circles and stars and diagrams all over. Telrilarch's collage, doing some kind of power spell. You people don't have the proper respect for artwork. Okay, so we're amateurs. It added a touch of belligerence creeping into its voice. So none of us have been here more than 30 years. Well, our work is still valid, and, listen, do you mean that there's a wizard out here somewhere doing magic? What else? The tree snapped. And let me tell you, if you people don't... Where is she? He, the tree said. In the middle of all those stone roads. I remember when those roads went in and they took a pattern Kimber had been working on for 80 years and scraped it bare and poured that black rock over it. One of the most complex, Nita thought, and her heart sank slightly. She had trouble talking to boys. You mean across the freeway in the middle of the interchange? That green place? Didn't you hear me? Are you deaf? Silly question. That other one must be deaf, not to have heard Tellery yelling at him, and now I suppose you'll start scratching up the ground and invoking powers and ruining my collage. Well, let me tell you, listen. I'll talk to you later, Nita said hurriedly. She got to her feet, brushed herself off, and started away through the woods at a trot. Another wizard. And my God, the trees. Their laughter at her amazement was all around her as she ran. The merriment of everything from foot-high weeds to 100-foot oaks, rustling in the wind, grave chuckling of maples and alders, titters from groves of sapling sassafras, silly giggling in the raspberry bushes, a huge belly laugh from the oldest hollow ash tree before the freeway's interchange. How could I never have heard them before? Nita stopped at the freeway's edge and made sure that there were no cars coming before she tried to cross. The interchange was a clover leaf, and the circle formed by one of the off-ramps held a stand in the original pre-freeway trees within it, a kind of sunken bowl. Nita dashed across the concrete and stood a moment breathless at the edge of the downslope before starting down it slantwise. This was another of her secret places, a spot shaded and peaceful in summer and winter, both because of the pine trees that roofed in the hollow. But there was nothing peaceful about it today. Something was in the air, and the trees, irritated with muttering among themselves. Even on a foot-thick cushion of pine needles, Nita's feet seemed to be making too much noise. She tried to walk softly and wished the trees wouldn't stare at her so. Where the slope bottomed out, she stopped, looking around her nervously, and that was when she saw him. The boy was holding a stick in one hand and staring intently at the ground. Underneath a huge larch on one side of the grove, he was shorter than she was and looked younger, and he also looked familiar somehow. Now, who is that? She thought, feeling more nervous still. No one had ever been in one of her secret places when she came there. But the boy just kept frowning at the ground as if it were a test paper, and he was trying to scowl the right answer out of it. A very ordinary-looking kid with straight black hair and a Hispanic look to his face, wearing a beat-up green windbreaker and jeans and sneakers, holding a willow wand of a type that Nita's book recommended for certain types of spelling. He let out what looked like a breath of irritation and put his hands on his hips. Oh no, I'm gonna say this wrong. Cojones, he muttered, shaking his head. Halfway through the shake, he caught sight of Nita. He looked surprised and embarrassed for a moment, then his face steadied down to a simple, worried look. There he stood, regarding Nita, and she realized with a shock that he wasn't going to yell at her, or chase her, or call her names, or run away himself. He was going to let her explain herself. Nita was amazed. It didn't seem quite normal. "Hi," she said. The boy looked at her uncertainly, as if trying to place her. "Hi." Nita wasn't sure quite where to begin, but the marks on the ground and the willow wand seemed to confirm that a power spell was in progress. She said, I don't see the oak leaves or the string." The boy's dark eyes widened. "So that's how you got through." "Through what?" "I put a binding spell around the edges of this place," he said. "I've tried this spell once or twice before, but people kept showing up just as I was getting busy and I couldn't finish." Nita suddenly recognized him. "You're the one they were calling crazy last week." The boy's eyes narrowed again. He looked annoyed. Yeah. A couple of the 8th graders found me last Monday. They were shooting up the woods with BB guns, and there I was working, and they couldn't figure out what I was doing, so at lunch the next day they said, I know what they said. It had been a badly rhymed song about the kid who played by himself in the woods because no one else would play with him. She remembered feeling vaguely sorry for the kid, whoever he was. Boys could be as bad as girls sometimes. I thought I blew the binding too, he said. You surprised me. Maybe you can't bind another wizard out, Nita said. That was it, she thought. If he's not one, I guess not. He paused. I'm Kit, he said then. Christopher, really, but I hate Christopher. Nita, she said. It's short for Juanita. I hate that too. Listen, the trees are mad at you. Kit stared at her. The trees? Mostly this one. She looked up into the branches of the larch, which were trembling with more force than the wind could lend them. See, the trees do, I don't know, it's artwork sort of with their fallen leaves, and you started doing your power schematic all over their work, and, trees, Kit said. Rocks I knew about. I talked to a rock last week. Or it talked to me, actually, though it wasn't talking really. He looked up at the tree. Well, hey, I'm sorry, he said. I didn't know. I'll try to put things back the way I found them, but I might as well not have bothered with the spell, he said, looking again to Nita. It got caught. It's not working. You know anything about this? He gestured at the diagram he had drawn on the cleared ground, and Nita went to crouch down by it. The pattern was one she had seen in her book. A basic design of interlocking circles and woven parallelograms. That's a fun word, parallelograms.
Parallelograms.
There were symbols drawn inside the angles and outside the curves, some of them letters or words in the Roman alphabet, some of them the graceful characters of the wizardly speech. I just got my book yesterday, she said. I doubt I'll be much help. What were you trying to get? The power part of it, I can see. She glanced up at the found Kit, looking with somber interest at her black eye. I'm getting tired of being beat up just because I have a Spanish accent. Oh, he said. I was going to attract enough power to me so that the big kids would just leave me alone and not start anything. An aura, the book called it. But the spell got stuck a couple of steps in, and when I checked the book, it said that I was missing an element. He looked questioningly at Nita. Maybe you're it. She looked her head. She shook her head. I don't know. I was looking for a spell for something different. Someone beat me up and stole my best pen. It was a space pen, the kind that the astronauts have, and it writes on anything. And I always took all my tests with it, and I always pass when I use it, and I want it back. She stopped and then added, and I guess I wouldn't mind if they didn't beat me up anymore either. I love that the whole like inciting incident is just she wants her pen back.
I want to be a wizard to get my pen back.
I love that. Very relatable. We could make a finding spell and tie it into this one, Kit said. Yeah? Well, we better put these needles back first. Yeah. Kit stuck the willow wand in his back pocket as he and Nita worked to push the larch's needles back over the cleared ground. Where'd you get your book? Nita said. In the city about a month ago. My mother and father went out antique hunting. There's this one part of 2nd Avenue where all the little shops are, and one place had this box of secondhand books, and I stopped to look at them because I always look at old books, and this one caught my eye. My hand, actually. I was going after a Tom Swift book underneath it, and it pinched me. Nita chuckled. Mine snagged me in the library, she said. I don't know. I didn't want Joanne. She's the one who beat me up. I didn't want her to get my pen, but I'm glad she didn't get this. She pulled her copy of the book out of her jacket. As Kit straightened up beside her, she looked over at him. Does it work? She demanded. Does it really work? Kit stood there for a moment, looking at the replaced needles. I fixed my dog's nose, he said. A wasp stung him, and I made it go down right away. And I talked to the rock. He looked up at Nita again. Come on, he said. There's a place in the middle where the ground is bare. Let's see what happens. Together they walked to the center of the hollow where the pine trees made a circle open to the sky, and the ground was bare dirt. Kit pulled out his willow wand and began drawing the diagram again. This one I know by heart, he said. I've started it so many times. Well, this time for sure. He got his book out of his back pocket and consulted it, beginning to write symbols into the diagram. Would you look and see if there's anything else we need for a finding spell? Sure. Nita found the necessary section in the index of her book and checked it. Just an image of the thing to be found, she said. I have to make it while you're spelling. Kit, do you know why this works? Leaves, pieces of string, designs on the ground. It doesn't make sense. Kit kept drawing. There's a chapter on advanced theory in there, but I couldn't get through it all the way. The magic is supposed to have something to do with interrupting space. Huh? Listen, that's all I could get out of it. There was this one phrase that kept turning up. Temporospatial claudication. I think that's how you say it. It's something like space isn't really empty. It folds around objects or words. And if you put the right things in the right place and do the right things with them and say the right things in the speech, magic happens. Where's the string? The one with all the knots in it? Nita reached down and picked it up. Must have fallen out of my pocket. Stand on this end, okay? He dropped one end of the string into the middle of the diagram, and Nita stepped onto it. Kit walked around her and the diagram with it, using the end of the string to trace a circle. Just before he came to the place where he had started, he used the willow wand to make a sort of figure 8 mark, a wizard's knot, the book had called it, and closed the circle with it. Kit tugged at the string as he stood up. Nita let it go, and Kit coiled it and put it away. You've got to do this part yourself, Kit said. I can't write your name for you. Each person in a spelling does their own. There's a table in there with all the symbols in it. Nita scuffed some pages aside and found it, a long list of English letters and numbers and symbols in the speech. She got down to look at Kit's name so that she could see how to write hers, and group by group began to puzzle the symbols out. Your birthday's August 25th? Uh-huh. Nita looked at the symbol for the year. They skipped you a couple of grades, huh? Yeah, it's rotten, he said, sounding entirely too cheerful as he said it. Nita knew the tone of voice. It was the one in which she usually answered Joanne, while trying to hide her own fear of what was sure to happen next. It wouldn't be so bad if they were my age, Kit went on, looking over Nita's shoulder and speaking absently. But they keep saying things like, if you're so smart, how come you talk so funny? His imitation of their imitation of his accent was precise and bitter. They make me sick. Trouble is, they outweigh me. Nita nodded and started to draw her name on the ground, using the substitutions and symbols that appeared in her manual. Some of them were simple and brief, some of them were almost more complex than she believed possible. Crazy amalgams of curls and twists and angles, like those an insane stenographer might produce. She did her best to reproduce them and tied all the symbols together, fastening them into a circle with the same wizard's knot that Kit had used on the outer circle on his own name. Done? Kit asked. He was standing up again, tracing the outer circle around one more time. Yup. Okay, he finished the tracing with another repetition of the wizard's knot and straightened up. Then he put his hand out as if to feel something in the air. Good, he said. Here, come check this. Check what? Nita got up and went over to Kit. She put out her hand and as he had, and found that something was resisting the movement of her hand through the air, something that gave slightly under increased pressure, like a mattress being pushed down and then springing back again. Nita felt momentarily nervous. Can air get through this? I think so. I didn't have any trouble last couple of times I did it. It's only supposed to seal out unfriendly influences. She's like, are we going to suffocate in here?
Mm-hmm.
Nita stood there with her hand resting against nothing, and the nothing supported her weight. The last of her doubts about the existence of magic went away. She might have imagined the contents of the book, or been purposefully misreading. She might have dozed off and dreamed the talking tree, but this was daylight, the waking world, and she was leaning one-handed on empty air. Those guys who came across you when you had this up, she said, what did they think? Oh, it worked on them, too. They didn't even understand why they couldn't get at me. They thought it was their idea to yell at me from a distance. They thought they were missing me with the BB guns on purpose, too, to scare me. It's true that they couldn't see. It's true what the book said. There are people who couldn't see a magic if it bit them. He glanced around the finished circle. There are other spells like this that don't need drawings after you do them the first time. And when you need them, they're there really fast. Like if someone is about to try beating you up, people just kind of skid away from you. I bet, Nita said with a relish. Thoughts of what else she might be able to do to Joanne flickered through her head, but she pushed them aside for the moment. What next? Next, Kit said, going to the middle of the circle and sitting down carefully so as not to smudge any of the marks he'd made. We read it. Or I read most of it and you read your name. Though first you have to check my figuring. How come? Nita joined him, avoiding the lines and angles. Two-person spell. Both people always check each other's work. But your name, you check again after I do. Kit was already squinting at Nina's squiggles, so she pulled out her book again and began looking at the symbols Kit had drawn in the dirt. There were clearly two sides to the diagram, and the book said they both had to balance like a chemical equation. Most of the symbols had numerical values attached for ease in balancing, and Nita started doing addition in her head, making sure both sides matched. Eventually, she was satisfied. She looked again at her name, seeing nothing wrong. Is it okay? Yeah, Kit leaned back a little. You have to be careful with names, it says. There's a way of saying what you are, and if you write something in a spell that's not what you are, well, you mean you change because the spell says you're something else than what you are? You become that? Kit shrugged, but he looked uneasy. A spell is saying that you want something to happen, he said. If you say your name wrong, Nita shuddered. And now we start. You do your name when I come to it. Then the goal part down there. Since it's a joint goal, we say it together. Think you can do it okay if I go slow? Yeah. Kit took a deep breath with his eyes closed, then opened his eyes and began to read. Nita had never heard a voice speaking a spell aloud before, and the effect was strange. Ever so slightly, things began to change around her. The tree sheltered quiet grew quieter. The cool light that filtered through the canopy of branches grew expectant. Fringed with secrecy the way things seen through the edge of a lens are fringed. With rainbows, Nita began to feel as if she was caught in the moment between a very vivid dream and the awakening from it. There was that feeling of living in a body, of being aware of familiar surroundings, and the realities of the daylight world waiting to be resumed. Yet at the same time, seeing those surroundings differently, colored with another sort of light, another kind of time. On one level, Nita heard Kit reciting a string of polysyllables that should have been meaningless to her. Words from symbols, pieces of words, babble. Yet she could also hear Kit talking, saying casually, and it seemed in English, we need to know something, and we suggest this particular method of finding the information. And the words didn't break the expectancy. The listening silence. For once, for the first time, the dream was real. While Nita was awake, power stirred in the air around her and waited for her to shape it. Magic. She sat and listened to Kit. With each passing second, she could catch more clearly the clean metallic taste of the equation as it began to form itself, flickering chills and bright in her mind. Kit's speech was giving it life, and with quiet, flowing efficiency, it was going about its purpose. It was evoking the attention of what Nita might have called physical laws, except that there was nothing physical about them, and they had to do with flows of a kind of power as different from ordinary energy as energy was from matter. The equation stretched and coiled and caught the powers within itself, and the words wove it. Nita and Kit were caught in it, too. To Nita, it seemed as if, without moving, she held out her hands, and they were taken by Kit and by the spell itself, and by the ponderous powers caught across from her in the dance. There was a pause. Kit looked across the diagrams at her. Nita scowled at the symbols beside her, and began to read them slowly and with some hesitation, naming herself one concept or one symbol at a time, binding herself into the spell. At first she was scared, for she could feel the strangeness folding in close around her, but then she realized that nothing, awful was happening, and that her name became part of the spell. That was what was sliding down around her, protecting her. She finished, and she was out of breath and excited, and she had never been happier in her life. Kit's voice came in again then, picking up the weave, rejoining the dance, so it went for a while. The strange words and the half-seen, half-felt movements and images falling into rhythm of light and sound and texture, a poem, a spell. It began to come whole all around them, and all around the tingling air stayed still to better hold the words. And the trees bent close to listen. Kit came to the set of symbols that stood for his name and who he was, and read them slowly and carefully. Nita felt the spell settle down around him, too. He finished it and glanced up at Nita, and together they began the goal section of the spell. Nita did her best to make a clear image of the pen as she spoke. The silver case gone, a little scratched and grubby now. Her initials incised upon the top. She hardly had time to wonder at the harmony their paired voices made before things began to change again. The shadows of the trees around them seemed to grow darker. The aura of expectancy grew sharp, enough to taste. The silence became total, and their voices fell into it as the great depth. The formula for their goal, though longer than either of their names had been, seemed to take less time to say, and even stranger, it began to sound like much more than just finding a pen and being left alone. It began to taste of starfire and night and motion, huge and controlled, utterly strange. Saying the formula left Kit and Nita breathless and drained, as if someone powerful had briefly been living the speaking through them and had worn them down. They finished the formula together and gulped for air. They looked at each other in half-frightened expectation, wondering what would happen next. The completed spell took effect. Nita had thought she would gradually begin to see something the way things had changed gradually in the grove. The spell, though, had its own ideas. Quick as a gasp, it slammed them both out of the one moment and into another. A shocking, wrenching transition, like dreaming that you've fallen out of bed. Wham! I hate that. I hate that dream. When you're, like, falling.
And you bounce up and you're like, oh.
Ugh,
Yep.
I hate that. Instinctively, they both hung onto a spell as if onto a railing, clutching it until their surroundings steadied down. The darkness had been replaced by a lowering, sullen-feeling gloom. They looked down as if from a high balcony onto a shadowed island, prisoned between chill rivers and studded with sharp spikes of iron and cold stone. Manhattan? Kit asked anxiously, without words. Nita felt frozen in place like a statue and couldn't turn to answer him. The spell was holding her immobile. It looks like Manhattan, she said, feeling just as uneasy, but what's my pen doing there? Kit would have shaken his head If he could have. I don't get it. What's wrong here? This is New York City, but it never looked this awful, this dirty and nasty. And he trailed off in confusion and dismay. Everyone, please hold your Manhattan jokes, your New York City jokes. Thank you. He trailed off in confusion and dismay. Nita looked around her. It was hard to make out anything on the island. There was a murky pall over the city that seemed more than just fog. There was hardly any traffic that she could see, and almost no light. In fact, in all of Manhattan, there was only 2 light sources in one place on the island. The East 50s. It looked like a small point of brittle light seemed to pulse right through steel and stone, throbbing dully like a sown seed of wildfire waiting to explode. The pulses were irregular and distressing, and the light was painful to look at. Some blocks to the south, well into the financial district near the south end of the island, another fire burned, a clear white spark like a sun seed, beating regularly as a heart. It was consoling, but it was very small. Now what? Nita said. Why would my pen be in this place? She looked down at the dark, grainy air below and listened to the brooding silence like that of a beast of prey ready to spring. Felt the sudden buildings hunching themselves against the oppressive sky, and then felt something malevolent and alive that lay in below. A something that saw them, was conscious of them, and was darkly pleased. Kit, what's that? It knows. Kit's thoughts sang with the alarm like a plucked string. It knows we're here. It shouldn't be able to, but Nita, the spell's not balanced for this. If that thing grabs us or holds us somehow, we won't be able to get back. Nita felt Kit's mind start to flick frantically through the memories of what he had read in his wizard's manual, looking for an idea for something they could do to protect themselves. She held very still and looked over his shoulder at his thoughts, even though part of her trembled at the thought of that dark presence that was even now reaching out toward them. Lazy, curious, deadly. Abruptly, she saw something that looked useful. Kit, stop! No, go back! That's it. Look, it says if you've got an imbalance, you can open it, but your side of the spell is to attract some more power. Yeah, but if the wrong kind of power answers, we're in for it. We're in for it for sure if that thing gets us, Nita said, indicating the huge, hungry darkness billowing upward towards them like a cloud. Look, we'll make a hole through the spell big enough for something friendly to fall into, and we'll take potluck. Nita could feel Kit's uncertainty as he started choosing from memory the words and symbols he would need. All right, but I don't know. If something worse happens. What could be worse? Nita hollered at Kit, half in amusement, half in fear. The hungry something drew closer. Kit started to answer, then forgot about it. There, he said, laying the equation out in his mind. I think that's all we need. Go ahead, Nita said, watching anxiously as their pursuer got closer to the air around them, seemed to grow thicker and darker yet. You say it. Just tell me what to do and when. Right, Kit said, and began speaking in his mind, much faster than he had during the initial spelling. If that first magic had felt like ripping something apart, their surroundings seemed to shimmer uncertainly in the dark skyline, and had gray sky rippled like a wind-stirred curtain. Even the... What's up?
Oh, I'm just looking at
myself.
Oh,
sorry.
Sorry,
No, it's good. I thought I'd done something.
No, you're doing great.
You're doing amazing, sweetie.
Oh my gosh, sweetie.
Even that stalking presence seemed to hesitate in momentary confusion. Push, Kit said suddenly. Push right there. Nita felt the torn place that Kit had made in the spell, and she shoved clumsily at it with her mind, trying to make the hole larger. It's giving. Now, hard. Kit said, And Nita pushed until pain stabbed and stabbed again behind where her eyes should have been, and at the moment she thought she couldn't possibly push anymore, Kit said one short, sharp syllable and threw the spell wide open like a door. It was like standing at the core of a tornado, which rather than spinning you away to Oz, strips the roof off your home, opens the house walls out flat as the petals of a plaster flower, and leaves you standing confused and disbelieving in the heat, in the heart of a howling of smoke and damned voices, or like moving through a room full of people, every one of whom tries to catch your eye and tell you the most important thing that has ever happened to him. It's funny because our next podcast is about the behind the scenes of Wizard of Oz, so fitting that they would bring it up now. Nita found herself deluged in fragments of sights and sounds and tastes and feelings and thoughts not her own, a madly coexisting maelstrom of imageries from other universes, other Earths, other times. Most of them she managed to shut out by squeezing her mind shut like eyes and hanging on to the spell. She sensed that Kit was doing the same, and that their stalker was momentarily as bewildered as they were by what was happening. What? The whirling confusion seemed to be funneling through the hole in the spell like water going down a drain. Things, concepts, creatures too large or too small for the hole felt through it or past it and around it, but sooner or later something just the right size would catch. Hope we get something useful, Nita thought desperately. Something bigger than that thing, anyway. And thump! Something fitted into the hole with snug precision, and the crazy whirling died away, and the two of them had company in the spell web. Something small. Nita felt very small. Too small. But no, it was big, too. Confused, she reached out to Kit. Is that it? Can we get out now? Before that, what's-its-name? The what's-its-name shook itself with a ripple of rage and hunger that Kit and Nita could feel even at a distance. It headed toward them again, quickly, done with playing with them. Uh-oh, Kit said. Let's get out of here. What in the? Said a voice that neither of them recognized. Out, Kit said, hooked the spell into the added power that the newcomer provided and pulled. Plain, pale daylight came down around them, heavy as a collapsed tent. Gravity yanked at them. Kit fell over sideways and lay there, panting on the ground like someone who's run a race. Nita sagged, covered her face, bent over double, right down to the ground, struggling to breathe. Eventually, she began to recover, but she put off moving or opening her eyes. The book had warned that the spelling had its prices, and one of them was the physical exhaustion that goes along with any large, mostly mental work of creation. Nita felt as if she had been through about 100 English tests with essay questions, one after another. Kit, she said, worried by his silence. Kit said, and rolled over into a sort of crouch, holding his head in his hands. Ooh, turn off the sun. It's like being hungover, I guess. It's not that bad, Nita said, opening her eyes. Then she winced shut them in a hurry. It was. How long have we been here? Kit muttered. The sun shouldn't be showing here yet. It's, Nita said. She opened her eyes again to check her watch and was distracted by a bright light to her right that was entirely too low to be the sun. She squinted at it and then forgot what she had started to say. Hanging in midair about 3 feet away from her, inside the circle, was a spark of eye-searing white fire. It looked no bigger than a pinhead, but it was brilliant, all out of proportion to its size, and was giving off light about as bright as that of a 200-watt bulb. Without shade, the light bobbed gently in midair, up and down, looking like a will-o'-the-wisp. I love the stories of the will-o'-the-wisps.
Like Brave.
Like Brave, exactly. plugged into too powerful a current and about to blow out. Nita sat there with her mouth open and stared. The anime stare. Stare.
Oh, and in Japanese, when they say stare, they say G. So that's what I'm just imagining. Just G.
That's great. The bright point dimmed slightly and appeared to describe a small tight circle so that it could take in Kit, then draw and circle trees and leaves and sky. Then it came to rest again, staring back at Nita, though she couldn't catch what Kit was feeling now that the spell was over. She could feel the light's emotions quite clearly, amazement growing swiftly into unbelieving pleasure. Suddenly, it blazed up white hot again. Dear Artificer, it said in bemused delight, I've blown my quanta and gone to the good place. Nita sat there in silence for a moment, thinking a great many things at once. She thought, and so I wanted to be the wizard, huh? Serves me right. Something falls into my world and thinks it's gone to heaven. Boy, is it gonna get a shock. And what in the world is it anyway? Kit, Nita said. Excuse me a moment, she added, nodding, with abrupt courtesy at the light source. Kit. She turned slightly and reached down to shake him by the shoulder. Kit, come on, get up. We have company. Kit said, scrubbing his eyes, and started to straighten up. Oh no, the binding didn't blow, did it? Nope, it's the extra power you called in. I think it came back with us. Well, oh, Kit said as he finally managed to focus on its sedated, hovering brightness. Oh, it's, right, Nita said. It says, she added, that it's blown its quanta, is that dangerous? She asked the light. Dangerous? It laughed inside a crackling sound like an overstimulated Geiger counter. Artificer, child, it means I'm dead. Child wasn't precisely the concept it used. Nita got a fleeting impression of a huge volume of dust and gas contracting gradually toward a common center, showing slow, confused, and nebulous. She wasn't flattered. Maybe you won't like hearing this, Nita said, but I'm not sure this is the good place. It doesn't seem that way to us anyhow. The light drew a figure 8 in the air, a shrug. It looks that way to me, he said. Look how orderly everything is and how much life there is just in one place. Where I come from, even a spore's worth of life is scarcer than an atom's in a comet's tail. Excuse me, Kit asked, but what are you? It said something Nita could make little sense of. The concept she got looked like a page after page of mathematical equations. Kit raised his eyebrows. It uses the speech, too, he commented as he listened. So what is it? Kit looked confused. Its name says that it came from way out of space somewhere, and that it has a mass equal to 5 or 6 blue-white giant stars and a few thousand odd planets. And it emits up all up and down and matter energy spectrum, all kinds of light and radiation, and even some subatomic particles, he shrugged. You have any idea what that is? Nita stared at the light in growing disbelief. Where's all your mass? She asked. If you have that much, the gravity should have crushed us up against you the minute you showed up. Elsewhere, the light said offhandedly. I have singularity class, temperospatial claudication. A warp, Nita whispered. A tunnel through space-time. Are you a worm? Are you a white hole? It stopped bobbing, stared at her as if she had said something derogatory. Do I look like a hole? Do I look like a cloud of gas? Nita stepped back and then sighed. Her mouth was getting the better of her again. I'm sorry, that's just what we call your kind of, creature. Because you act like a hole in the universe that light and radiation come through. I know you're not really, but Kit, she said, turning, where's my pen, and where's the power you were after? Didn't that spell work? Spells always work, Kit said. That's what the book says. When you ask for something, you always get back something that'll help you solve your problem. or be the solution itself. He looked entirely confused. I asked for that power aura for me, and your pen for you. That was all. If we got a white hole, it means he's the answer. If he's the answer, Nita said, bemused, I'm not sure I understand the question. This is all fascinating, the white hole said, but I have to find a functional advisory nexus in a hurry. I found out that naming of lights has gone missing, and I managed to find a paradimensional net with enough empty Loki? It's spelled like Loki the god, but with a C instead of a K. To get me to an advisory in a hurry, but something seems to have gone wrong. Somehow I don't think you're advisories. No, Kit said. I think we call you. You called me. I think we called you. You called me, the white hole regarded Kit with mixed reverence and amazement. You're one of the powers born of life? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you. God, this chair. I know you can take any shape, but somehow I'd always thought of you as being bigger. A quasar, a meganova. The white hole made a feeling of rueful amusement. It's confusing being dead. Oh, brother, Kit said. Look, you're not, just not. We made a spell and we called you. I don't think you're dead. If you say so, the white hole said, polite but doubtful. You called me, though. Me personally? I don't think we've met before. No, we haven't, Nita said, but we were doing this spell. And we found something, but something found us too, and we wouldn't have been able to get back here unless we called in some extra power. So we did, and it was you, I guess. You're not mad, are you? She asked timidly. The thought of what a live, intelligent white hole might be able to do if it got annoyed scared her badly. Mad? No, as I said, I was trying to get out of my own space to get the news to someone who could use it, and then all of a sudden there was a paranet with enough Loki to handle all the dimensions I carry, so I grabbed it. The white hole made another small circle, looking around him curiously. Maybe it did work. Are there advisories on this? Where is this anyway? Kit looked to Nita. Huh? This, the white hole said. All of this. He made another circle. Oh, a planet, Nita said. See, there's our star. She pointed out at the white hole, rotated slightly to look. Artificer within us, he said. Maybe I have blown my quanta after all. I always wanted to see a planet, but I never got around to it. Habit, I guess. You get used to sitting around, emitting X-rays after a while, and you don't think of doing anything else. You want to see some? He asked suddenly. He sounded a little insecure. Maybe you'd better not, Nita said. How come? They're really pretty. We can't see them, and besides, we're not built to take hard radiation. Our atmosphere shuts most of it out. A real planet, the white hole said, wondering and delighted. With a real atmosphere. Well, if this is a planet, there has to be an advisory around here somewhere. Could you help me find one? Kit looked uncertainly at the white hole. Sure, but do you think you could help me find some power and Nita get her pen back? The white hole looked Kit up and down. Some potential, he muttered. I could probably have you emitting light pretty quickly if we worked together on a regular basis. Maybe even some alpha. We'll see. What's a pen? What's your name? Kit asked. I mean, we can't just call you, hey, you, all the time. True, the white hole said. My name is... Oh, boy. I just want you to take a minute to appreciate that's his name.
Oh, my gosh. For the... this... Diane, why?
Here I go. Karolika Bleparig Gluckamile Chaprid Osdid Ngoini. Don't know if that's correct, but I'm only saying it the one time. It's literally like a line and a half of text. That's his name. And at the same time, he went flickering through a pattern of colors that was evidently the visual translation. Kayalek, Nita began. Fred, Kit said quickly. Well, he added as they looked at him again. If we have to yell for help or something, the other way's too long, and this way is the only part I got anyway. Is that okay with you? Nita asked. The white hole made his figure 8 shrug again. Better than having my true name mangled, I guess, he said, and chuckled silently. Fred, then. And you are? Nita. Kit. I see why you like them short, Fred said. All right, tell me what a pen is, and I'll try to help you find it. But we really must get to an advisory as fast as we can. Okay, Kit said. Let's break the circle and go talk. Sounds good, Nita said. And began to erase the diagram they had drawn. Kit cut the wizard's knot and scuffed the circle open in a few places while Nita took a moment to wave her hand through the now empty air. Not bad for a first spell, she said with satisfaction. I meant to ask, Fred said politely. What's a spell? Nita sighed and smiled and picked up her book, motioning to Fred to follow her over to where Kit sat. It was going to be a long afternoon, but she didn't care. Magic was loose in the world.
Yay.
All right, what did I miss in chat?
Oh my gosh, you read like 40 or like 60 pages.
Did I read that much?
Or
It didn't feel like that much.
Oh.
That might just be because it's an interesting book.
38 to 83, so
Oh. That is more than I thought I had read.
it's like 40 something. Oh, act. Once upon a time.
Yes. Some things are just difficult to pronounce in English speaker, but others, if I remember correctly, are fully made up. I forget the first thing he said was testicles. Did he really just say balls? And when I say balls, I mean family jewels. Yes, he did. He sure did. He said cojones.
The cojones.
Yep, just Googled to double check. Slang for testicles.
Oh.
It's just the martial artist learned karate, if I remember correctly, to get back his Charizard card. And here, class, is where Diane Duane's background as a Star Trek writer factors into how her magic system, lol. Time to supervise rattle play time because I am the only adult in the whole universe. Oh no, not the whole universe. My brain feels like chocolate pudding. I think this is too much for a first book. I warned you, some things are blatantly not capable of being read aloud. I tried. I did my best. And that's all that matters to me. It's a really interesting book, though. Like, I want to keep reading it. Honestly, remember when we read Imagines and we were just like, ugh, make it stop. This isn't one of those books. Dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs. We have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 dinosaurs.
Nice.
Yep, I recounted. Oh my gosh. Your blanket.
It's coming along. It's more blankety now.
Ooh, that's so fancy.
Thank you.
Research and development.
Hi, Lisa Simpson is here. Lisa Simpson is here, I believe, is the same person as that bitch, but she changed her username. She says, hello again, I fell asleep last night. You did amazing at your attempt. I'm just not sure there is a pronunciation. I don't think there's a pronunciation either, but I decided to give it a shot.
You did amazing, sweetie.
Thank you.
They were at the schoolyard early the next morning to be sure they wouldn't miss Joan and her crew. Nita and Kit sat on the curb by the front door to the school, staring across at the packed dirt and dull grass of the athletic field next to the building. Kit leafed through the wizard's manual, while Fred hung over his shoulder and looked around with mild interest at everything. Will it be long? He said, his light flickering slightly. No, Nita said. She was shaking. After the other day, she didn't want anything to do with Joan at all, but she wanted that pen back so. Look, it'll be all right, Kit said, paging through his manual. Just do it the way we decided last night. Get close to her, keep her busy for a little while. Fred'll do the rest. It's keeping her busy that worries me, Nita muttered. Her idea of busy involves her fists in my face. I don't understand, Fred said. And Nita had to laugh briefly. She and Kit had heard that phrase about 100 times since Fred arrived. He used it on almost every occasion. He used it on almost everything. What are you afraid of? This, Nita said, pointing at her black eye, and this, uncovering a bruise, and this, and this. Fred regarded her with a moment's comfiture. I thought you came that way, Joan makes this happen? Or I thought you came that way. Joan makes this happen? Uh-huh, and it hurts getting this way. But she only changes your outsides. Aren't your insides still the same afterward? Nita had to stop and think about that one. Okay, Kid said suddenly. Here's the advisory list for our area. He ran a finger down the page. And here's the one in town. 2,700 rows. That's up the hill past the school. What's the name? Lessie, Swall TB, and Romeo CJ. Research advisors. Spatial adjustments, entastics, non-specific Oh my god.
I believe in you.
I feel like I'm back at school and I'm in a science class and I'm just so confused. And the class is like learning about Star Trek and everyone's like, yay, Star Trek. But then it's like, oh no, we're learning about the physics of Star Trek.
Be grateful you were not here when Natasha, Anton, and I read Star Trek Corona over the course of 2 streams. It was unbearable. It was not written by Diane Duane is one of the better writers that they have, I'm told. She's clearly a good writer. This book was not well written. It was not. It was a bunch of jargon, and then it was sexist, and then it was trying to be anti-racist, but did it badly. So it was just a character being racist, and then at the end being like, "Oh, I'm not racist anymore."
That's how that works.
That's how that works.
Oh my goodness. Well, I feel like after this, I deserve a college credit.
Yeah.
But, you know.
I'll start my own like knockoff parody of the Girl Scouts where it's like badges and it's just like the sci-fi badge.
The young adult fantasy badge.
Young adult fantasy badge, the fan fiction badge.
If you read Model Land, you get 5 badges automatically, but you have to take a mini quiz so that we know you finished the book.
Yep. You deserve a certificate on wizardry. Yes, we are wizards now.
Haha. Wait a minute, Nita said hurriedly. Swale, or Swall, S-W-A-L-E. You mean crazy Swall? You can't go in there, kid. That place is haunted. Everybody knows it. Weird noises are always coming out of there. If it's haunted, Kid said, it's haunted by wizards. We might as well go after school. It's only 5 or 6 blocks up the road. They were quiet for a while. It was about 20 minutes before the bell would ring for the doors to open, and a few early kids were gathering around the doors. Maybe we could rig you a defense against getting hit, Kit said, as he kept looking through the manual. How about this? He pointed at one of the pages, and both Nita and Fred looked at the formula he was indicating. All it needed was the right words. It would be something of a strain to carry the shield for long, but Nita wouldn't have to, and any attempt to hit her would just glance off. The problem is, Fred said, that spell will alter the field slightly around this Joan person. I'm going to have a hard time matching my pattern to that of your pen so that I can get it off of her, if indeed she has it. Her own field is going to interfere, and so will yours, Nita. More stress on the space in the area, and I might not be able to get your pen back at all. Nita shook her head. She could tolerate another black eye if it meant getting that pen back. Forget it, she said, still shaking, and leaned forward a bit, elbows on knees and face in hands, trying to relax. Above her, the old maple trees were muttering morning thoughts in the early sunlight, languid observations on the weather and the decreasing quality of the tenant birds who build nests in their branches. Out in the field of grass was singing a scratchy soprano chorus. Grow, 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 which broke off abruptly and turned into an annoyed mob sound of boos and razzes as one of the groundskeepers way across the field started up a lawnmower. I'm good with plants, Nita thought. I guess I take after Dad. I wonder if I'll be able to hear people this way. I'm so sorry. I don't know what's come over me. I'm losing my ability to read.
You're good.
Kit nudged her. You're on, he said, and Nita looked at her and saw Joan walking into the schoolyard. Their eyes met. Joan recognized her handiwork on Nita's face and smiled. Now or never. Nita thought and got right up before she had a chance to chicken out and blow everything. She walked over to Joan without a pause, fast, to keep the tremor in her knees behind from showing. "Oh, Fred, please be behind me. And what in the world can I say to her? I want my pen back, Joan," she said, or it rather fell out of her mouth, and she went hot at her own stupidity. Yet the momentary shocked look on Joan's face made her think that maybe saying that was on her mind hadn't been so stupid after all. Joan's shock didn't last long. A second later, she was smiling again. "Callahan," she said slowly, "are you looking for another black eye to match that one?" No. That's LLLP. Nope. No, Nita said. "Just my pen, thanks." "I don't know what you're talking about," Joan said, and then grinned. "You always were a little odd. I guess you finally flipped out. I had a space pen on me the other day, and it was gone afterwards. One of you took it. I want it back." Nita was shaking worse than ever, but she was also surprised that the fist didn't hit yet. And there, over Joan's shoulder, was a flicker, a pinpoint of light, hardly to be seen, looking at her. "Don't react. Make me a picture of the thing now." "What makes you think I would want anything of yours?" Joan was saying, while still with a smile. Nita looked straight at her and thought about the pen. Silver barrel, grooved all around the lower half to keep the user's fingers from slipping, her initials engraved on it. Hers, her pen. Enough. Now then. But now that I think of it, I do remember finding a pen on the ground last week. Let's see. Joan was enjoying this so much she actually flipped open the top of her backpack and began rummaging around. "Let's see. Here." She came up with something. Silver barrel, grooved. Anita went hot again, not with embarrassment this time. "It's mine. Come and get it then," Joan said, dropping her backpack, keeping her smile, holding the pen back a little, and a spark of white light seemed to light at the end of the pen as Joan held it up, and then both were gone with a pop and a breath of air. Joan spun to see who had plucked the pen out of her fingers, then whirled on Nita again. Nita smiled and held out her hands empty. Joan was not amused. She stepped in close, and Nita took a few hurried steps back, unable to stop grinning, even though she knew she was going to get hit. Heads were turning all around the schoolyard at the prospect of a fight. "Callahan," Joan hissed. "You're in for it now." The 8:30 bell went off so suddenly they both jumped. Joan stared at Nita for a long moment, then turned and went to pick up her backpack. "Why hurry things?" she said, straightening. "Callahan, if I were you, I'd sleep here tonight, because when you try to leave," she walked off toward the doors. Nita stood where she was, still shaking, but with amazement and triumph as much as with fear. Kit came up beside her when Joan was gone, and Fred appeared, a bright point between them. "You were great," Kit said. "I'm going to get unalive tonight," Nita said, but she couldn't be terrified about it just yet. "Fred, have you got it?" The point of light was flickering, and there was something about the way it did so that made Nita wonder if something was wrong. "Yes," Fred said, the thought coming with a faint queasy feeling to it. "And that's the problem." "Are you okay?" Kit said. "Where'd it go?" "I swallowed it," Fred said, sounding genuinely miserable now. "But that was what you were going to do," Nita said, puzzled. "Catch it in your own energy field, you said. Make a little pocket and hold it there." "I know, but my fields aren't working the way they should. Maybe it's the gravity? I'm not used to any gravity but my own. I thought it went down the wrong way. Oh, I think it went down the wrong way. Oh, brother." "Well," Nita said, "at least Joan hasn't got it. When we go to the advisories tonight, maybe they can help us get it out." Fred made a small thought noise somewhere between a burp and a squeak. Nita and Kit looked up at him, concerned. Then they both jumped back hurriedly from something that went bang down by their feet. They stared at the ground. Sitting there on the packed dirt was a small portable color TV, brand new. Fred?" Fred was looking down at the TV with embarrassment, verging on shame. "I emitted it," he said. Nita stared at him. "But I thought white holes only emitted little things. Subatomic particles, nothing so big or so orderly." "I wanted to visit an orderly place," Fred said miserably. See what it got me?" "Hiccups?" Kit muttered. "Fred, I think you'd better stay outside until we're finished for the day. We'll go straight to the advisories from here." "Joan permitting," Nita said. "Kit, we've got to go in." "I'll meet you there," Fred said. The mournful thoughts was swallowed by another burp, squeak, and another bang, and 4 volumes of an encyclopedia were sitting on the ground next to the TV. Kit and Nita hurried for the doors, sweating. Apparently, wizardry had more drawbacks than the book had indicated. Lunch wasn't calm, but it was interesting due to the 30 teachers, assistant principal, and school superintendents that were all out on the athletic field along with most of the students. They were walking around looking at the furniture, vacuums, cleaners, computers, components, books, knickknacks, paddywhacks, give a dog a bone, motorcycles, typewriters, art supplies, stoves, sculptures, lumber, and many other odd things that had since morning been appearing one after the other. No one knew what to make of any of it or what to do. And though Kit and Nita felt sure they would be connected with the situation somehow, no one accused them of anything. They met again at the schoolyard door at 3, pausing just inside it while Nita peered out to see if Joan was waiting. She was, and 8 of her friends were with her, talking and laughing among themselves. Kit, Nita said quietly, we've got problems. He looked, and this is the only door we can use. Something went bang out in the field. Nita looked out again, saw heads turn among Joan's group. Without a moment's pause, every one of the girls headed off toward the field in a hurry, leaving Joan to glare at the school door for a moment. Then she took off after the others. Kit and Nita glanced at each other. I guess this feeling, Kit said. Let's go. They waited until Joan was out of sight and then leaned cautiously out of the door looking around. Fred was suddenly there, wobbling in the air. He made a feeling of greeting at them. He seemed tired, but cheerful, at least for the moment. Nita glanced over her shoulder to see what had drawn the attention of Joan and her group and drew in a sharp breath at the sight of the shiny silver Learjet. Fred, she said, you did that on purpose? She felt him look back too, and his cheerfulness drowned out his weariness and queasiness for a moment. I felt you wondering whether to come out, so I exerted myself a little. What was that thing? We'll explain later. Right now, we should run. Fred, thank you. You're most welcome. Just help me stop this. Can you hold it in for a few blocks? What's a block? They ran down Rose Avenue, and Fred paced them. Every now and then, a little of Fred's hiccups noise would squeak out, and he would fall behind them, controlling it while they ran on ahead. Then he would catch up again. The last time he did it, they paused and waited for him. 2700 rows had a higher poplar hedge with one opening for the walk up to the house, and neither of them felt like going any farther without Fred. Well, he said when he caught up, now what? Nita and Kit looked at each other. I don't care if they are wizards, Nita said. I want to peek in and have a look before I just walk in there. Excuse me. I've heard too many stories about this place. Look, Fred said in great discomfort. I've got to. Evidently, there was a limit on how long a white hole in Fred's condition could hold it in. The sound of Fred's hiccup was so loud, so much louder than usual, that Nita and Kit crowded back away from him in near panic. The bang sounded like the beginning of a firework display, and then its echoes faded. A powder blue Mercedes-Benz was sitting half on, half off the sidewalk. My naster hurts. Gnaester. My naster hurts, Fred said. Let's peek, Nita said, turned and pushed a little way through the hedge. She wanted to be sure there were no monsters or skeletons hanging from trees or anything else uncanny going on in the yard before she went in. What she did not expect was amiable face of an enormous black and white English sheepdog, which first slurped her face energetically, then grabbed her right arm in gentle but insistent teeth and pulled her straight through the hedge. Kit, she almost screamed, and then remembered not to because Crazy Swall or whoever else lived there might hear her. Her cry came out as a sort of a grunt. She heard Kit come right through the bushes behind her as the sheepdog dragged her along through the yard. There was nothing spooky about the place at all. The house was big, a 2-story affair, but normal looking, all warm wood and shingles. The yard was grassy, with a landscape garden as pretty as one of her father's. One side of the house had a wide glass patio doors open on the roof terrace. Potted plants hung down, and there was even a big square masonry tank, a fish pond. Nita caught a glimpse of something coppery swimming as the sheepdog dragged her past it to the terrace doors. It was at that point that the dog let go of her arm and began barking noisily, and Nita began seriously thinking of running for it. All right, said a man's voice, a humorous one from inside the house, and it was definitely too late for running. Kit came up behind Nita panting. All right, Annie, let's see what you got this time. The screen door slid open, and Nita and Kit looked in slight surprise at the man who opened it. Somehow they had been expecting that any wizard not their age would be old, but this man was young, certainly no more than his middle 30s. He had dark hair and was tall and broad-shouldered. He looked rather like someone out of a cigarette ad, except that he was smiling, which the men in cigarette ads rarely do. Well, the man said, sounding not at all annoyed by 3 unexpected guests. I see you've met Annie. Nita said, glancing down at the dog who was smiling at her with the same bemused interest as her master. She found me looking through your hedge. That's Annie for you, the man said, sounding a bit resigned. She's good at finding things. I'm Tom Swall. And he held out a hand for Nita to shake. Nita Callahan, she said, taking it. Kit Rodriguez, Kit said from beside her, reaching out to shake hands too. Good to meet you. Call me Tom. What can I do for you? Are you the advisory? Kit said. Tom's eyebrows went up. You kids have a spelling problem? Nita grinned at the pun and glanced over her shoulder. Fred bobbed up between her and Kit regarding Tom, who looked back at the unsteady spark of light with only moderate surprise. He's a white hole, Nita said. He swallowed my space pen. To Fred said with a bang. Went the air between Kit and Nita as they stepped hurriedly off to either side. 14 1-kilogram bricks of 999 fine Swiss gold fell clattering to the patio's brown tiles. I can see this is going to take some explaining, Tom said. Come on in. They followed him into the house. A big, comfortable living room opened onto a den on one side and a bright kitchen dining room on the other. Carl, we've got company, Tom called as they entered the kitchen. What? Replied a muffled voice. Muffled because the upper half of its owner was mostly in the cabinet under the double sink. The rest of him was sprawled across the kitchen floor. This by itself wasn't so odd. What was odd was the assortment of wrenches and other tools floating in the air just outside the cabinet doors. From under the sink came a sound like a wrench slipping off a pipe, a sudden soft thud as it hit something else. Probably it's easier, said the voice under the sink, and all the tools fell clattering to the kitchen floor. The voice broke into some most creative swearing. Tom frowned and smiled both at once. Such language in front of guests. You ought to sleep outside with Annie. Come on out there. We're needed for a consultation. You really are wizards, Nita said, reassured but still surprised. She had rarely seen two more normal-looking people. Tom chuckled. Sure we are. Not that we do too much freelancing these days. Better to leave that to the younger practitioners like you two. The other man got out from under the sink, brushing himself off. He was at least as tall as Tom and as broad-shouldered, but his dark hair was shorter and he had an impressive mustache. Carl Romeo, he said in a voice like a pronounced Brooklyn accent. I'm trying to think of what a Brooklyn accent sounds like. Is it, hey, I'm from Brooklyn. Is it like that? Hey, I'm Carl Romeo.
Ellery says, wait, I forgot about the 2 husbands. Tom and Carl. The wizard husbands. The wizard gays. I love them so much. I love them already, too.
That was my first thought, but I'm like, wait, I have to see what their relationship is because I don't want it to be like, this is my brother Carl, and be like, oh, I was shipping them.
Oh, no.
But if they're wizard husbands, then yeah. Oh, question to chat. Who would play Carl and Tom? I want to imagine what they look like in real life. For some reason, I'm imagining Henry Cavill as Carl just because of the mustache.
Part of me wants to mail this to Tyra Banks with a note that reads, "This is what whimsy looks like." I never actually would, but I sure want to.
Oh my gosh. Oh, to be in front of Tyra Banks, and we are only allowed to say one thing, and it's like, you should have made Muddleland a horror novel. Bye.
No, she really should have. It's 100% canon in the 1980s. That's actually fantastic. That's not a small thing for in the 80s for Diane Duane to just be like, yeah, there's gay people in this book. Deal with it.
They're like, oh, she's so talented. Okay, we accept this. Even though it should always be accepted. We need more gay wizards.
Petition for more gay wizards, please.
Yes. But now I'm just imagining RuPaul's Drag Race. They're doing an acting scene about there are 2 gay wizards, and it's them and their friends or something. But
Sorry, I keep moving this back and forth. It doesn't want to sit still. It wants to keep doing what it's doing right now.
The microphone's got a mind of its own.
Mm-hmm.
Who's this? He said, indicating Fred. Fred hiccuped. The resulting explosion produced 6 black star sapphires the size of tennis balls. Fred here, Tom said, has a small problem. I wish I had problems like that. Or, again, I'm still imagining Carl as Henry Cavill with a Brooklyn accent. I wish I had problems like that. Something to drink, people? Soda? After a few minutes, the 4 of them were settled around the kitchen table, with Fred hovering nearby. It said in the book that you specialize in temporo-spatial claudications, Kit said. Carl does maintenance and repair. He keeps the world gates at Grand Central Station and Rockefeller Center working. You've come to the right place. His personal gate is acting up, huh? Carl said. I'd better get the books, he said. Fred, where's the entasis figures on your warp? Fred mentally rattled off a number of symbols in the speech as he had when Kit asked him what he was. Right, Carl said, and went off into the den. What do you do? Nita said to Tom. Research, mostly. Also, we're something of a clearinghouse for news and gossip in the business. Yes, news and... Spill the tea. Sorry. If someone needs details on a rare spell or wants to know how power balances are running in a particular place, I can usually find out for them. But you do other things, too. Kit looked around the house. Oh, sure, we work. I write for a living. After all, some of the things I see in the business makes good stories, and Carl sells commercial time for WNXT in the city, as well as regular time on the side. Kit and Nita looked at each other, puzzled. Tom chuckled. Well, he does claudications, gatings, doesn't he? Temporo-spatial, time and space. If you can squeeze space, claudicate it, so you can pop out of one place and into another, why can't you squeeze time the same way? Haven't you heard of the saying about buying time? Carl's the one who you buy it from. Want to buy a piece of next Thursday? I can get it for you wholesale, Carl said as he came back into the room. In his arms, he was carrying several hardbound books as thick as telephone directories. On his shoulder, more interesting, was a splendid scarlet, blue, and yellow macaw, which regarded Kit and Nita and Fred out of beady black eyes. Kit, Nita, Fred, Carl said, Machu Picchu, Peach for short. Oh my gosh, that's so cute. He sat down, put the books on the table, and began rifling through the one on the top of the stack. Tom pulled one from the lower in the pile and began doing the same. All right, Tom said, the whole story from the beginning. They told him, and it took a while. Sorry.
You're good.
When they got to Fred's part of the story, the fact that the naming of lights was missing, Tom and Carl became very quiet and just looked at one another for a moment. Darn, Tom said. I wondered why the entry in the Materia Magica hadn't been updated in so long. This is news, all right. We'll have to call a regional advisories meeting. Fred hiccuped again, and the explosion left behind it a year's back issues of TV Guide. Later, Carl said, the situation here looks like it's deteriorating. He paused at one page of the book he was looking through, ran his finger down the column. The macaw peered over his shoulder as if interested. Alpha Ray Entas 8, you said. Right, I can fix you. Take about 5 minutes. He got up and headed for the den again. What is the naming of lights? Kit said to Tom. We tried to get Fred to tell us last night, but it kept coming out in symbols that weren't in our books. Well, this is a pretty advanced subject. A novice's manual wouldn't have much information on the naming of light any more than the instruction manual for a rifle would have information on atomic bombs. Tom took a drink. It's a book. At least that's what it looks like when it's in or near this universe. The Book of Night with Moon. Not Mom. Sorry, Moon. A Book of Night with Mom. Sorry, it's Moon. It's called here since in these parts you need moonlight to read it. It's always been most carefully accounted for. The senior wizards keep an eye on it. If it's suddenly gone missing, we've got trouble. Why? Nita said. Well, if you've gotten even this far in wizardry, you know how the wizard's symbology, the speech
affects the things you use in it. When you use it, you define what you're speaking about. That's why it's dangerous to use this speech carelessly. You can accidentally redefine something, change its nature. Something or someone. He paused, took another drink of his soda. The Book of Night with Moon is written in the speech. In it, everything's described. Everything. You, me, Fred, Carl, this house, this town, this world, this universe, and everything in it. All the universes. Kit looked skeptical. How could a book that big get lost? Who said it was big? You'll notice something about your manual after you notice something about your manuals after a while, Tom said. They won't get any bigger, but there'll be more and more inside them as you learn more or need to know more. Even in plain old math, it's true that the inside can be bigger than the outside. Like the TARDIS.
Like the TARDIS. I was going to say that.
Oh. Oh, we are the TARDIS.
We are the TARDIS.
It's definitely true in wizardry, but believe me, the Book of Night with Moon has everything described in it. It's one of the reasons we're all here. The power of those descriptions help keep everything that is in existence. Tom looked worried, and every now and then, the senior wizards have to go get the book and read from it to remind the worlds what they are, to preserve everything alive or inanimate. Have you read from it? Nita said, made uneasy by the disturbed look on Tom's face. Tom glanced at her in shock, then began to laugh. Me? No. I hope I never have to. But if it's a good book, if it preserves things, Kit said. It's good. At least, yes, it preserves or lets things grow the way they want to, but reading it, being the vessel for all that power, I wouldn't want to. Even good can be terribly dangerous. But this isn't anything you two need to worry about. The advisories and the senior wizards will handle it. Plot twist, 3 chapters later. You're involved now. You must do this dangerous thing. But you are worried, Kit said. Yes, well, Tom took another drink. It is. If it were just that the bright book had gone missing, that wouldn't be so bad. The universe can go a long time without affirmation by reading. But the bright book has an opposite number, a dark one. The book is the book which is not named, we call it. It's written in the speech too, but its descriptions are skewed. And if the bright book is missing, the dark one gains potential power. If someone should read from that one now, while the Book of Night with Moon isn't available to counteract the power of the dark one, Tom shook his head. Carl came in then, the macaw still riding his shoulders. Here we go, he said, and dumped several sticks of chalk, an enormous black claw, and a 1943 zinc penny on the table. Nita and Kit stared at each other, neither quite having the nerve to ask whose claw it had been. Now you understand, Carl said as he picked up the chalk and began to draw a circle on the table, that this is only going to stop the hiccups. You 3 are going to have to go to Manhattan and hook Fred into the Grand Central World Gate to get that pen out. Don't worry about being noticed. People use it all the time and no one's the wiser. I use it sometimes when the trains are late. Carl, Tom said, doesn't it strike you as a little strange that the first wizardry these kids do produce Fred, or doesn't it strike you as a little strange that the first wizardry these kids do produces Fred, who brings this news about the good book, and they come straight to us? Don't be silly, the macaw on Carl's shoulders said with a scratchy voice. You know there are no accidents. Nita and Kit stared. Wondered when you were going to say something useful, Carl said, sounding bored. You think we keep you for your looks? Ow, he said as the bird bit him on the ear. He hit it one on the beak, and while it was shaking its head woozily, put it up on the table beside Tom. Pichu sidled halfway up Tom's arm, stopped and looked at Nita and Kit. Dos den aguni nikin tud faristai, it muttered, and got all the way up Tom's shoulder and then glared at them again. Well, she only speaks in tongues to show off, Tom said. Ignore her or rap her one if she bites you. We just keep her around because she tells the future. Tom made as if to smack the bird again, and Pichu ducked back. How about the stocks tomorrow, bird? He said. Pichu cleared her throat. And that's the way it is, she said in a voice very much like a famous newscaster. July 18, 1988, from New York. This is Walter. Tom fisted the bird in the beak. Clunk. Pichu shook her head again. Issues were down in slow trading, she said resentfully. The Dow Jones average, and she called off some numbers. Tom grimaced. I should have gone into pork bellies, he muttered. I ought to warn you two. If you have pets, look out. Practicing wizardry around them can cause some changes. There we go, Carl said and stood up straight. Fred, you ready? Hiccup for me again. I can't, Fred said, sounding nervous. You're all staring. Never mind, I can start this in the meantime. Carl leaned over the table, glanced down at one of the books, and began reading it in the speech. A quick flow of syllables sharpened by his Brooklyn accent. In the middle of the third sentence, Fred hiccuped, and without warning, the wizardry took. Time didn't precisely stop, but it held still, and Nita became aware of that. What Carl's wizardry was doing to Fred, or rather had done already, subtly untangling forces that were knotted tight together. The half-finished hiccup and the wizardry came loose at the same time, leaving Fred looking bright and well for the first time since that morning. He still radiated uncertainly, though, like a person who isn't sure he's stopped hiccuping yet. You'll be all right, Carl said, scuffing away the chalk marks on the floor. Though, as I said, the pen is still in there with the rest of your mass at the other end of your claudication, and you'll need Grand Central to get it out. Have you stopped my emissions entirely? Fred said. No, of course not. I couldn't do that. You'll still emit from time to time, mostly what you're used to, though, radiation and such. Grand Central, Kit was looking worried. I don't think my mother and father are going to want me in the city alone. I could sneak in, I guess, but they'd want to know where I'm going to be. Well, Tom said, looking thoughtful, you got school. You couldn't go before the weekend anyway, right? Carl could sell you a piece of Saturday or Sunday. Kit and Nita looked at each other and then at the two men. We don't have much money. Who said anything about money? Carl said. Wizards don't pay each other cash. They pay off in service. And sometimes the services aren't done for years. But first, let's see if there's any time available this weekend. Saturdays go fast, even though they're expensive, especially Saturday mornings. He picked up another book and began going through it. Like all the other books, it was printed in the same type as Nita and Kit's manuals, though the print was much smaller and arranged differently. This way, Tom said, if you buy some time, you could be in the city all day, all week if you wanted. But once you activate the piece of time you're holding, you're back then. You have to pick a place to anchor that time to, of course, a 20-foot radius, but after you've finished whatever you have to do, you bring your marked time to life, and there you are. Maybe 5 minutes before you started for the city, back at home, or anywhere and when else along the path you'll follow that day. Huh? Carl said suddenly. Callahan, J, and Rodriguez C, is that you two? They nodded. You have a credit already. Carl said, sounding a little surprised. What have you two been doing to rate that? Must have been for bringing Fred through, Tom said. I didn't know that upper management had started giving out door prizes, though. From her perch on Tom's shoulders, Pichu snorted. Oh, what's that mean? Tom said. Come on, bird, be useful. Is there something you know that these kids ought to? I want a raise, Pichu said, sounding sullen. You just had one. Talk. Brush your teeth twice a day and see your dentist regularly, the macaw began in a commercial announcer's voice. Tom made a fist and stared at her. All right, Pichu muttered. She looked over at Kit and Nita, and her voice when she spoke had the usual good-natured annoyance about it. Her eyes didn't look angry or even teasing. They looked anxious. Nita got a sudden chill down her back. Don't be afraid to make corrections, Pichu said. Don't be afraid to lend a hand. She fell silent, seeming to think for a moment. And don't look down. Tom stared at the macaw. Can't you be a little more specific? Human lives, Pichu said irritably, aren't much like the Dow Jones average. No, I can't. Tom sighed. Sorry, kids, if she says it, she has a reason for saying it, so remember. Here you go, Carl said. Your piece of time is from 10:45 to 10:47 on this next Saturday morning. There aren't any weekend openings after that until sometime in July. We'll take this one, Kit said. At least I can. Nita, will your folks let you go? She nodded. I have some allowance saved up, and I'd been thinking about going to the city to get my dad a birthday present anyhow. I doubt there'll be any trouble. Kit looked uncomfortable for a moment, but there's something I'm not sure about. My spell. Our spell brought Fred here. How are we going to get him back where he belongs? Am I a problem? Fred said, sounding concerned. Oh, no, no, no. It's just that, Fred, this isn't your home, and it seemed as if sooner or later you might want to go back where you came from. As far as that goes, Tom said, if it's your spell that brought him here, you'll be able to send him back. The instructions are in your book. Same as the instructions for opening the Grand Central World Gate. Stick to those instructions, Carl said. Don't be tempted to improvise. That claudication is the oldest one in New York, and it's the trickiest because of all the people using it all the time. One false syllable in a spell, and you may wind up in Schenectady. Is that another world? Fred asked. Nearly, Carl laughed. Is there anything else we can do for you? Nita and Kit shook their heads and got up to leave, thanking Tom and Carl and Pichu. Let us know how things turn out, Tom said. Not that we have any doubts. 2 wizards who can produce a white hole on the first try are obviously doing all right, but give us a call. We're in the book. The 2 men saw Nita and Kit as far as the patio door, said their goodbyes, and went back into the house. Nita started off across the lawn the way she had come, but Kit paused for a moment by the fish pond, staring down into it. He pulled a penny out of his pocket and dropped it in. Nita saw the ripples spread, and then suddenly another set of ripples wavered away from the head of a very large goldfish, which spat the penny back at Kit and eyed him with distaste. Do I throw money on your living room floor? It said, and then dived out of sight. Kit picked up his penny and went after Nina and Fred as they pushed through the poplar hedge again. The blue Mercedes, which had been half in the street and half on the sidewalk, was now neatly parked by the curb. In front of it sat Annie, with her tongue hanging out and a satisfied look on her face, with her teeth marked deeply in the car's front fender. Annie grinned at them as Nita and Kit passed, and then trotted off down the street, probably to find something else. If my dog starts doing things like that, Kit muttered, I don't know how I'm going to explain it to my mother. Nita looked down the street for signs of Joan. If we can just get home without being unalived, I wouldn't care what the dog found. Uh-oh. A good ways down the street, 4 or 5 Gettles were heading toward them, and Nita saw Joan's blonde hair. Kit, we better split up. No reason for them to come after you, too. Right, give me a call tonight. I'm in the book. He took off down a side street. She looked around, considering the best direction to run in, and then thought of the book she was carrying. There wasn't much time, though. She forced herself to calm down, even while she knew they were coming for her. Made herself turn the pages slowly to keep to the place Kit had shown her that morning, the spell that blows slide off. She read through it slowly in the speech, sounding out the symbols, taking the time to look up the pronunciations of the ones she wasn't sure of, even though they were getting close and she could hear Joan's laugh. Nita sat down on the curb to wait for them. They let her have it when they found her, as they had been intending to all day, and she rolled around on the ground and fell back from their punches and made what she hoped were horrible groaning noises. After a while, Joan and her 4 friends turned away to leave, satisfied that they had taught her a lesson, and Nita stood up and brushed herself off, uncut, unbruised, just a little dirty. Joan, she called after them. In what looked like amazement, Joan turned around. Nita laughed at her. It won't work anymore, she said. Joan stood down. Never again, she said. She felt like turning her back on them, but instead she walked toward them, watching the confusion in their eyes. On a sudden urge, she jumped into the air and waved her arms crazily. Boo, she shouted. They broke and ran, all of them. Joan was the first, and then the rest followed her in a ragged tail down Rose Avenue. Not a word, not a taunt, they just ran. Nita stopped short. The feeling of triumph that had been growing in her withered almost instantly. Some victory, she thought. It took so little to scare them. Maybe I could have done that at any time without a shield. Maybe. And now I'll never know for sure. Are you all right? Fred said quietly, bobbing again by her shoulder. They didn't hurt you this time. No, Nita said slowly. She was thinking of all the glorious plans she'd had to use her newfound wizardry on Joan and her bunch to shame them, confuse them, hurt them. And look what so small and inoffensive thing as a body shield had done to them. They would hate her worse than ever now. I've got to be careful with this, she thought. I thought it was going to be all fun. Come on, Fred, she said. Let's go home.
Oh.
Temporospatial claudications, use and abuse,
Yo.
is the next chapter. I can't read properly. Why?
I've been feeling like that since last night. I don't know why.
I've been feeling that since we started Model Land.
Model Land broke us. It's all Model Land's fault.
Exactly. All those fancy words, all the confusion. Tookie. Uh-oh.
It sounds like a cartoon when somebody goes rummaging into the back room. That's what it sounds like when I try to move this microphone at all.
Hold on. Just figuring, looking for something.
Ellery says, I forgot they had a psychic parrot. Natty says, I'm back. I didn't have a break for the past 4 hours. They forgot to rotate our shifts, so I just left. Jesus.
Oh my gosh.
Texas says, don't mind the whining. Why am I the only one capable of doing anything in this house? And then Ellery says, someone go rescue Texas. Hello, Michael and Michael. And yes, I agree, Ellery. I like that they're just treated largely like they're just people who exist. It's not made too big a deal of when you consider the attitudes in the 80s towards the LGBT community. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think that's really great. In my country, it's 2142. Which country is... Oh, we are in Atlanta, Georgia, so that would be Eastern Standard Time, which would be... Oh, gosh. I'm bad at military time. Almost 1,600 hours currently.
Yep. 15:55.
Also known as almost 4 p.m.
Yes.
Hang on, I gotta get up and move this.
Oh.
Whoop.
Not the... Be careful, Avery.
I'm still here. I'm just fixing this. This needs to go back.
The camera is not lying to you. Avery is still there.
I am. Up. No, that is gonna leak if I let that leak.
Uh-oh. That reminds me of in the movie Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs, there's the funny joke where the car is on a river and the main character's like, there's a leak in the boat, and there's like a leak sitting there, and it's like, ah, and it's like, haha, this is the funniest joke ever made.
That movie I did not appreciate when I was younger, but now I'm an adult and I'm just like, heh, that's kind of funny.
Oh gosh, I haven't seen it in a while. I just remember the part where it's like, it's glorious enough to make a grown man cry, but not this man. Get back in there, tear. And he like forcibly sucks up his own tear.
Yeah.
As one does.
As you do. As one does. There we go. That's a little bit better. I was just like thinking, I'm like, if we're going to do a podcast later, I can only imagine Spencer's going to kill me. I'm going to be like, so then what happened was...
Dorothy, she was walking down the yellow brick road.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll get the first episode of the podcast posted within the next week, and then they'll be weekly after that. Yay. But until then, we're just kind of like recording one a week so that we like have a surplus, so that if it's like, no, I can't do it this week or next week or the week after that, it's like, okay, that's fine. We're good. Like when we go to con and we're just like, well, nice live stream. All the best for you. Thank you. I'm so excited to do con for the first time since pre-COVID.
Yay, Dragon Con. And we have a room.
We have a room. I've never roomed with you guys before.
It'll... very uneventful. I know Saturdays we're going to just be watching the masquerade from inside the room. That's mainly...
Yeah.
That's like the only group thing we do.
That's fine. Yeah, I think I did the Do you do like the parade in person, or do you watch it from the room?
I watch it from usually the first panel of the day because almost everyone is at the parade, so you can like the early morning panels are like almost empty, so you're able to like walk in, and they usually have it filming, so by the time it ends the panel begins, so you can get a nice seat, get some nice air conditioning.
Nice.
It's great. But
It is so hot to stand out in the direct sunlight and be like, parade.
yeah, I don't do well in heat, even in like shirt and shorts, so I'm just like air conditioning. And the commentators are usually fun to listen to, so it's all good.
I have trolley crawlers.
Oh gosh, those trolley commercials are so weird.
I'm gonna do a video about it because everybody talks about how weird they are.
Okay, or yeah. I'm trying to, or I remember there was like these weird YouTube videos, and apparently someone in the, I think there were like some weird Pop-Tart commercials where like, and the videos that the person made, it was just really weird.
The ones where like they eat each other?
Yes. And I'm just like, why? and then I'm just like, okay, who made the cannibalistic Cinnamon Toast Crunch commercials? Why are they eating each other?
I was gonna say that next.
Yeah, I'm just like, oh, that's where the extra calories come from. They're eating each other. And
Dirtbag says the magic system is too confusing. I disagree. I think it's just it's got hints of sci-fi in there too.
I'm kind of confused about the whole time thing, like buying this time. Is it like for that period of time they're able to do something else? Or how does them buying time work?
I thought it was like they could bind time to that time and then have like a time loop, but I could be wrong.
Oh, like they go, they have to be in a specific place during that time and they can like go back to it. Oh,
I think so. I could be wrong. Ellery can tell me if I'm wrong.
Okay. That makes more sense because it's just like buying, or I think he was talking about like the space and you have to like be around there. And so I guess they have to go to New York, and then for those 2 minutes they have like extra time to go and do what they need to do. Or no, I'm lost again. You made sense, and then I'm just like,
I got this 4-pound bucket of trolley crawlers, and it's so big it came with a little pair of tongs.
Oh my god! So you just, That reminds me of chopsticks, and now I'm like, oh, I'm hungry for some Mandarin chicken.
Basically, now they activate the time and place, so when they activate it, they go back to that time in that place. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Oh, thank you, Michael. Natasha's doing well. Natasha finally got to come over and film with us for the first time in like 6 months. That was fun.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I hope everything's okay with her mom and whatnot.
Yeah.
Oh, and Natasha's been posting about how she was I can't remember what kind of, or she was the alien in Guardians of the Galaxy 3.
The Humanimals, yeah.
Humanimals.
The paparazzi picture where they caught Natasha and somebody else in a paparazzi picture. So funny.
I wish I could be in a paparazzi photo, but I never dress fancily enough for the paparazzi to notice me.
So they could spend a month in Times Square and activate the time they bought, and the amount of time will have passed. Oh, I see. So they can go spend as much time as they want to there, and then activate it, and then go back to that time. So that makes sense.
Okay. 2 minutes of fun.
Well, no, it's like they could be there for as long as they want, and then when they activate it, they go back to that time. So it's like if they've lost a month, they can go back a month to that Saturday.
Oh.
So they just spend all the time they need doing whatever they need to do, and then when they're done, they activate it and they go back to that time.
Oh, okay.
And only 2 minutes will have passed, yeah.
Oh, okay, I get it now. Okay, thank you. There you go.
All right, let's see.
She's like, gosh, I'm giving astrophysics lessons, and
I'm not. Ellery's giving me astrophysics lessons, and he's just like, here's what it is, and I'm just like, oh, that makes sense.
Thank you, Ellery, for giving us. No offense, but I don't like learning like like physics while I'm reading a kid's book.
I find it interesting. Mostly just because it's like, oh, I'm actually interested in this story and it's world building, and it's not like Model Land where we're going to sit here and
describe Metopia for several chapters and then only go back there once in 500 pages.
And then Theophilus never comes back, but he sure gets referenced a whole lot.
Theophilus. Do you still have to wear a mask in public in America?
Not in most places. Like, doctor's offices still have you do it. I do, just because my immune system is bad, and any little tiny bit helps for me. Usually, I wear it, like, indoors.
Yeah, it's not mandatory anymore, unless you're at the doctor's or on set. I don't know when that's changing, but we shall see.
All right. The week went by. The temporospatial claudications, use and abuse. I like how it's laid out like we're reading through the actual book, like the manual. I like that a lot. The week went by quickly for Nita, though Carl had made the business of opening a world gate sound fairly simple. She began to suspect that he'd been doing it so long that it actually seemed that way to him. So it wasn't simple as her book told her as soon as she opened the pertinent chapter, which was 40 pages long in small print. Diane just looking right in the camera being like, 40-page chapters, small print. Interesting. I see you, Diane.
Meta commentary.
Grand Central World Gate had its own special requirements, specific supplies and objects that had to be present and at an opening so that space would be properly bent. Spells that had to be learned just so. The phone calls flew between Nita's house and Kit's for a couple of days, and that was a lot of visiting back and forth as they divided up the work. Nita spent a lot of time keeping Fred from being noticed by her family, and also got to see a lot of Kit's mother and father and sisters, all of whom were very friendly, and kept forgetting that Nita couldn't speak Spanish. She started to learn a little of it in self-defense. Kit's dog told her the brand of dog biscuits it could never get enough of. She began bringing them with her when she visited. The dog spoke the speech with a Spanish accent and would constantly interrupt Kit and Nita as they discussed who should do what in the spelling. Kit would wound up with most of the spoken work since he had been using the speech longer and was better at it. Nita picked up supplies. Late Friday afternoon, Nita was in a little antiques and junk store on Nassau Road, I'm sorry, I'm not from New York. I don't know any of these places, really. Going through boxes of dusty odds and ends in search of a real silver fork. Fred was hanging over her shoulder, almost invisible, a faint red point lazily emitting heat. You ever swallow anything accidentally before, Fred? Nita said under her breath. Not for a long time, he said, glancing curiously as it pressed glass salt shaker. He said, glancing curiously at a pressed glass salt shaker. Nita was holding. Not since I was a black hole, certainly. Black holes swallow everything, but a white hole's business is emissions. Within limits, he added, as the air around him ripped with a heat as he shuddered. I don't ever again want to emit the way I did after your pen went down. Some of those things hurt on the way out. And anyway, all that emissions makes me nervous. Too much of that kind of thing, and I could blow my quanta. She looked up at him, worried. Really? Have you emitted that much stuff that you're in danger of blowing up? Oh, not really. I'd have to lose a lot more mass first. After all, before I was a black hole, I was a respectable-sized blue-white star, and even these days I massed a few 100,000 times what your cute little yellow dwarf sun does. I wouldn't worry about it. I'm nowhere near the critical threshold yet. Cute, Nita said. Well, it is, and I suppose there's no harm in getting better at emissions. I have been improving a lot. What's that? Nita looked farther down in the box and dug deep. and came up with a battered old fork. It was scratched and its tines were bent out of shape, but it was definitely silver, not stainless steel. That's what I needed, she said. Thanks, Fred. Now all I need is that piece of rowan wood, and then tonight I go over my part of the spells again. You sound worried. Well, yeah, a little, Nita said, getting up. All that week, her ability to hear what the plants were saying had been getting stronger and surer. The better she got with the speech, the more sense the bushes and trees made. It's just the rowan branch had to come off a live tree. Fred and I can't just pick it. That'd be like walking up to somebody and pulling one of their fingers off. I have to ask for it, and if the tree won't give it to me, then you don't get your pen back, at least not for a while, Fred shimmered, with colors and a feeling like a sigh. I am a trouble to you. Fred, no, put your light out a moment so we can get out of here, Nita interrupted, the shopkeeper's intense concentration on a gothic novel long enough to find out what the fork cost, $1, and buy it. What gothic novel do we think they were reading?
Twilight.
Does that count as gothic?
I don't know.
This was also the 80s.
Oh, never mind.
A few steps outside the door, Fred was pacing her again. If you're trouble, you're the best trouble that's happened around here for a while. You're good to talk to, you're good company when you don't forget and start emitting cosmic rays. Fred blazed momentarily, blushing at Nita's teasing. In an excited moment the night before, he had forgotten himself and emitted a brief blast of ultra shortwave irradiation, which had heated up Nita's backyard a good deal. Ionized the air for miles around and produced a local but brilliant aurora. Well, it's an old habit, and old habits die hard. I'm working on it. Heat we don't mind so much, or ultraviolet, the long wave kind that doesn't hurt people's eyes. You fluoresce when I use that, though. Nita laughed. I don't mind fluorescing, though on second thought, I don't do it with anyone but Kit can see. I doubt my mother'd understand. They walked home together, chatting alternately about life in the suburbs and life in a part of deep space close to the Great Galactic Rift. Nita felt more relaxed than she had for months. Joanne had been out of sight since Monday afternoon, and Tom and Carl's. Even if she hadn't, Nita had been practicing with that body shield so that now she could run through the syllables of the spell in a matter of seconds. Excuse me. And nothing short of a bomb dropped on her could hurt her. She could even extend the spell to cover someone else, though it wasn't quite so effective. She had a harder time convincing the air to harden up, but even that lessened protection would come in handy if she and Kit could be in trouble together at some point. And there was no time to cooperate in a spelling. Not that she was expecting any more trouble. The excitement of a trip to the city was already catching at her, and this wasn't just another shopping trip. Magic was loose in the world, and she was going to help work some. She ate supper and did her homework almost without thinking about either, and as a result, had to do much of the math homework twice. By the time she was finished, the sun was down and the backyard was filling with a cool blue twilight. In front of the house, her mother and father and Derain were watching TV as Nita walked out to the side door and stood on the step, letting her eyes get used to the dimness and looking east at the rising moon. Canned laughter echoed inside the house as Fred appeared by her shoulder. My, that's bright for something that doesn't emit heat, Fred said, looking at the moon too. Reflected sunlight, Nita said absently. You're going to talk to the tree now? Uh-huh. Then I'll go to stay with the others and watch that funny box emit. Maybe I'll figure out what it's trying to get across. He likes TV.
Oh no, the white hole's gonna be addicted to TV.
I love Fred. Fred is adorable. Good luck, Nita said as Fred winked out. She walked around into the backyard. Spring stars were coming out as she stood in the middle of the lawn and looked down the length of the yard at the rowan. Sorry. Hi, birds. Can you hear the birds? A great round crowned tree. Alright, fine, be like that.
Oh no.
A great round crowned tree, snowy with white flowers. Nita's stomach tightened slightly with nervousness. It had been a long time ago, according to her manual, that the trees had gone to war on humankind's behalf against the dark powers that wanted to keep human intelligence from happening at all. The war had been a terrible one, lasting thousands of centuries. The trees and other plants taking more and more land, turning barren stone to soil that would support them, and the animals, the men to follow. Dark powers breaking the soil with earthquake and mountain building, scouring it with glaciers, climate changing good ground for desert, and burning away forests in firestorms far more terrible than the small brush fires. Any forest needs to stay healthy. But the trees and the other plants had won at last. They had spent many more centuries readying the world for men, but when men came, they forgot the old debts and wasted the forest more terribly than even the old dark powers. Trees had no particular reason to be friendly to people these days. Nita found herself thinking of that first tree that had spoken to her, angry over the destruction of its friend's artwork. Even though the rowan tree had always been well tended, she wasn't certain how it was going to respond to her with her other ash trees. Rowans had been in the forefront of the battle. They had long memories. Nita sighed and sat down under the tree, book in hand, her back against its trunk. There was no need to start right away anyhow. She needed a little while to recover from her homework. The stars looked at her through the rowan's wind-stirred branches, getting brighter by the minute. There was that one pair of stars that always looked like eyes. They were so close together. It was one of the three little pairs associated with the Big Dipper. The leaps of the gazelle, the ancient Arabs had called them, seeing them as three sets of hoof prints left in the sky. Kafsat al-Thiba, Nita murmured, the old Arabic name. Her eyes wandered down toward the horizon, finding a faint reddish gleam. Regulus, and a whiter gleam higher. Arcturus and another old friends with new names in the speech that she spoke silently, remembering Carl's warning. Elthathe, I'm saying this wrong, I'm sorry. Sanahel. The distant fires flickered among shadowy leaves. Lahirian and Methshane and Eason and Kadwi and Russagihil. I'm sorry, I'm doing my best. They are nice tonight. Nita looked up hurriedly. The tree above her was leaning back comfortably on its roots, finished with the stretching upward of growth for the day, and gazing at the stars as she was. I was hoping that haze would clear off, it said as silently as Nita had spoken, in a slow, relaxed drawl. This will be a good night for talking to the wind and other such transient creatures. I was wondering when you were going to come out and pay your respects, wizardling. Nita was reassured. The rowan sounded friendly. It's been a busy week. You never used to be too busy for me, the rowan said. Its whispery voice sounded ever so slightly wounded. Always up in my branches you were, and falling out of them again, or swinging, but I suppose you outgrew me. Nita sat quiet for a moment, remembering how it had been when Glenn Glenn, who the hell is Glenn, had been when she was littler. She would swing for hours on end, talking to herself, pretending all kinds of things, talking to the tree and the world in general. And sometimes you talked back, she said in shocked realization. You did. I wasn't making it up. Certainly I talked. You were talking to me, after all. Don't be surprised. Small children look at things and see them, listen to things and hear them. Of course they understand the speech. Most of them never realize it any more than you did. It's when they get older and stop looking and listening that they lose the speech, and we lose them. The rowan sighed, many leaves showing pale undersides as the wind moved them. None of us are ever happy about losing our children, but every now and then we get one of you back. All of that in the book was true then, Nita said. About the Battle of the Trees? Certainly. Wasn't it written in the Book of Night with Moon that this world's life would become free to roam among our friends there? The rowan stretched upward toward the turning stars for a moment. If we helped. After the world was green and ready, we waited for a long time. We started letting all sorts of strange creatures live in our branches. After they came up out of the water, we watched them all. We never knew which of our guests would be the children we were promised, and then, all of a sudden, one odd-looking group of creatures went down out of our branches and looked upward again and called us by name in the speech. Your kind. The tree looked down musingly at Nita. You're still an odd-looking lot, it said. Nita sat against the rowan and felt unhappy. We weren't so kind to you, she said, and if it weren't for the plants, we wouldn't be here. Don't be downcast, wizardling, the tree said, gazing up at the sky again. It isn't your fault, and in any case, we knew what fate was in store for us. It was written in the book. Wait a minute, you mean you knew we were going to start destroying your kind, and you got the world ready for us anyway? How could we do otherwise? You are our children. But we make our houses out of you. Nita looked guilty at the book she was holding. We kill you and we write on your bodies. Well, that's quite a way of putting it, considering that I'm literally reading.
I'm literally folding up paper. Whoops.
Hi, Milo.
Hi, Milo.
I have not watched Creepshow 1982. Assuming we're Frankenstein, assuming we're talking actual novels from the Gothic era. I like this answer. I'm good. How are you doing today, Gabe?
I'm good.
Milo's asking how we're doing.
I'm doing good, Milo. Thank you for asking.
Where was I? The rowan continued to gaze up at the night sky. Well, it said, we are all in the book together, after all. Don't you think that we wrote enough in the rock and the soil in our day? And we still do. We have our own lives and our own feelings and goals. Some of them you may learn by your wizardry, but I doubt you'll ever come to know them all. We do what we have to live. Sometimes that means breaking a rock's heart or pushing roots down into the ground that screams against the intrusion, but we never forget what we're doing. As for you, and its voice became very gentle, how else should our children climb to the stars but up our branches? We made our peace with that fact a long time ago, that we would be used and maybe forgotten. So be it. What you learn in your climbing will make all the life on this planet greater, more precious. You have your own stories to write, and when it comes to that, who writes the things written in your body, your life, and who reads? It breathed out a long sigh of leaves in the wind. Our cases aren't that much different. Nita sat back and tried to absorb what the tree was saying. The Book of Night with Moon, she said after a while. Do you know who wrote it? The rowan was silent for a long time. None of us are sure, it said at last. Our legends say it wasn't written. It simply is been, as long as life has been, since they were kindled and before. It gazed up at the stars. Then the other book, the dark one, the whole tree shuddered. That one was written, they say. The Rowan's voice dropped to a whisper. By the lone power. The witherer. The one who blights. The kindler of wildfires. Don't ask more. Even talking about that one or its works can lend it power. Nita sat quiet for a while, thinking. You came to ask something, the Rowan said. Wizards are always asking things of Rowans. Yes. Don't worry about it, the Rowan said. When we decided to be trees of the light, we knew we were going to be in demand. Well, I need some live wood, just enough for a stick, a little wand. We're going to open the Grand Central World Gate tomorrow morning. Above Nita's head, there was a sharp cracking sound. She pressed back against the trunk, and a short, straight branch about 1.5 feet long bounced to the grass in front of her. The moon is almost full tonight, the Rowan said. If I were you, I'd peel the leaves and bark off that twig and leave it out to soak up moonlight. I don't think it'll hurt the wood's usefulness for your spelling, and it may make it more valuable later on, charging it with moonlight.
In the name of the moon, I will punish you.
Thank you. Yes, Nita said. The book had mentioned something of the sort. A Rowan rod with night's moonlight in it could be used for some kind of defense. She would look up the reference later. I guess I should go in and check my spells over one more time. I'm awfully new at this. Go on, the tree said with affection. Nita picked up the stick that the Rowan had dropped for her, got up, and stretched, looking up at the stars through the branches. On impulse, she reached up, hooked an arm around the branch that had the swing on it. I guess I could still come and climb sometimes, she said. She felt the tree looking at her. My name in the speech is Leused, it said in a leaf rustle and star flicker. If there's need, remember me to the trees in Manhattan. You won't be without help if you need it. I'm Nita, she said in the speech, aloud for this one. The syllables didn't sound strange. They sounded like a native language and made English feel like a foreign tongue. English is feeling like a foreign tongue to me currently. I don't know why. I'm struggling. I'm reading very clunkily, and I'm just like, ugh.
Don't worry, I was reading clunkily too, and I'm like, how am I not able to read?
For a moment, every leaf on, see, we're half bloods from Percy Jackson books. They all have dyslexia and ADHD because of the way they're programmed. Because their brains are programmed to read the ancient Greek. So even though they don't know it, English is not their first language.
Then they see ancient Greek and they're like, oh, I can read this. This is great. Everything's fine.
I am Groot, Texas says. I cry every time I read this part. I'm trying really hard not to cry. For a moment, every leaf on the tree quivered with her name, speaking it in a whispery echo. Go, the Rowan said again. Rest well. It turned its calm regard to the stars again. Nita went back inside. Saturday morning, about 8, Kit and Nita and Fred took the bus down to the Long Island Railroad station and caught a shiny silver train for Manhattan. The train was full of the usual cargo of Saturday travelers and shoppers, none of whom paid any particular attention to the boy and girl sitting by one window going over the odd contents of their backpacks with great care. Also, apparently unnoticed, was a faint spark of white light hanging in the center of the window between the two, gazing out in fascination at the backyards and parking lots and stores as the train passed. What are all those dead husks of metal there, all piled up? Cars, Fred. I thought cars moved. They did, once. They all went there to die? I love Fred so much.
Oh my gosh.
Rick Riordan wrote that as a plot detail because his son has dyslexia and he wanted to make dyslexic kids feel good about themselves and encourage them to read. I know, it's so sweet. It's so great. They were dead when they got there, probably, but they've all climbed on top of each other. When they were dead? No, Fred, they have machines. Nita sighed out loud. Where were we? She said to Kit. The battery. Right. Well, here it is. Lithium, cadmium. Cadmium? I think that's right. Right. Heavy things. It weighs more than anything else we've got. That's the last thing for activating the piece of time, isn't it? One more. The 8.5 sugar cubes. Here, Nita held up a little plastic bag. Okay, now the World Gate stuff. The pine cone. Bristle cone. Pine. Nita held it up, then dropped it in her backpack. The aspirin. The fork. Here. The rowan branch. Yep, she held it up. Cut down and peeled. It was about a foot long, a greenish-white wand. Great. Then we're set. You've got all the other stuff. Why don't you give me the battery? Here, Nita handed it to him, watched as he found a good spot in it for it in his backpack under the sandwiches. What's that? She said, spotting something that hadn't been accounted for in the equipment tally. Huh. Oh, this? He reached in and brought out a slim piece of metal like slender rod with small knob on the end and broken off jaggedly at the other. What is it? A piece of junk, a busted up car antenna. Well, Kit amended. It was, anyway. I was sitting out behind the garage yesterday afternoon reading, and I started talking to my dad's old car. He has this ancient Edsel. He's always talking about getting it reconditioned, but I don't think he's really going to. There's never enough money. Anyway, he goes out every now and then to work on the engine, usually when he's tired or mad about something. I don't know if he ever really gets any work done, but he's always comes inside greasy all over, feeling a lot better. But I was going over the spells in my head, and the car spoke to me in the speech. Out loud? No, inside, like Fred does. Kind of, a grindy noise. Like its voice needed a lube job. I wasn't too surprised. That kind of thing has been happening since I picked the book up. First it was rocks, and then things started to talk to me when I picked them up. They would tell me where they'd been and who handled them. Anyway, the car and I started talking. Kit paused, looking a touch guilty. They don't see things the way we do. We made them. And they don't understand why most of the time we make things and then just let them wear out and throw them away afterward. Nita nodded, wondering briefly whether the train was alive too. Certainly it was as complex as a car. What about this antenna thing, though? She said after a moment. Oh, the car said to take it for luck. It was just lying there on the ground, rusting. Dad replaced the antenna a long time ago, so I took it inside and cleaned it up. And there are some wizardries you can do with metal to remind it of the different forces it felt when it was being made. I did a couple of those, partly just practicing, partly... You thought there might be trouble, Nita said. Kit looked at her, surprised. I don't know. He said, I'm going to be careful anyway. Carl was pretty definite about not messing around with the World Gate. I wasn't thinking about anything like that. But it occurred to me that it'd be easy to carry the antenna to school if I wanted. And if anyone started bothering me, he shrugged, then laughed. Well, that's their problem. Hey, look, we're getting close to the big curve where you can see the city before you go under the river. Come on, those trains have a window in the very front of the first car. Fred, want to see where we're going? Why not? Maybe I'll understand it better than we've been. Kit and Nita wriggled into their backpacks and made their way up through a couple of cars, hanging on carefully as they crossed their chained walkways between them. Treetops and housetops flashed by in a rush of wind and clatter of rails. Each time Nita touched the bare metal of the outside of the train, she jumped a little, feeling something she wasn't quite sure what. The train? She thought, thinking. And now that I'm aware that it does, I can feel it a little, though not as clearly as the trees. Maybe my specialty is going to be things that grow, and Kit's is going to be things that run. But how many other kinds of life are there that I could learn to feel? Who knows where thought is hiding? They went into the first car and made their way up to the front window, carefully hanging onto the seats of oblivious riders to keep the swaying of the train from knocking them over. There were no more stops between there and Penn Station, and the train was plunging along, the rails roaring beneath it. Those rails climbed gradually as the already elevated track went higher. Still, to avoid a triple-stacked freeway, then the rails bent away to the left in a long, graceful curve, still climbing slightly. And little by little, over the low brown cityscape of Brooklyn, the towers of Manhattan rose glittering in the early sunlight. Gray and crystal for the Empire State Building, silver blue for the odd sheared off Citibank Building, silver gold for the twin square pillars of the World Trade Center. Ooh. Moving on. And steely white fire for the scalloped tower of the Chrysler Building. As it caught the sun, the place looked magical enough in the bright morning. Nita grinned to herself, looking at the view, realizing that there was magic there. That forest of towers opened onto the worlds. One day she would open that world gate by herself and go somewhere. Fred stared at the tower's amazement. This is more life? More even than the place where you two live? 10 million 10 million lives in the city, Fred. Maybe 4 or 5 million on that island alone. Doesn't it worry you packing all that life together? What if a meteor hits it? What if there's a star? I love Fred. Fred is my intrusive thoughts.
Oh gosh. Or it reminds me of the alien in the Animorphs that picks up food from the ground and is like, what does the alien say again?
In which?
Or in Animorphs, the alien.
Oh, globules.
Globules. It's like, oh, the little innocents are just like, oh.
I love Axe with all my being. He is my son.
You will defend him no matter what. We will defend Fred. Mm-hmm. Fred's gonna like blow something up accidentally and we'll be like, it's fine. We love you, Fred.
He didn't mean to.
He's just an adorable boy.
Globules.
/them. Globules. No, Fred, don't eat that. But I don't know.
It is pretty timeless for the most part. There's not a whole lot dating it back to the 80s. Except for that thing about the World Trade Center. If something should happen to all that life, how terrible. Nita laughed to herself. It doesn't seem to worry them. Beside her, Kit was hanging onto a seat, being rocked back and forth by the train's speed. Very faintly, Nita could hear what Kit heard and felt more strongly. The train's aliveness, its wild, rushing joy at doing what it was made to do. Its dangerous pleasure in its speed. The wind it fought with, the rails it rode. Nita shook her head in happy wonder. And I wanted to see the life on other planets. There's more life in this world than I expected. It's beautiful, Fred said, from his vantage point just above Kit's shoulder. It really is, Nita said, very quiet. The train howled in defiant joy and plunged into the darkness under the river. Penn Station was thick with people when they got there, but even so, it took them only a few minutes to get down to the 7th Avenue subway station, and from there up to Times Square, and the shuttle to Grand Central. The shuttle ride was short and crowded. Nita and Kit, Fred were packed tight together in a corner where they braced themselves against the walls and seats and other people while the train shouted along through the echoing underground darkness. I can't feel the sun, Fred said, sounding worried. We're 10 or 20 feet underground, Nita said silently. We'll get you some sun as soon as we get off. Kit looked at Fred with concern. You've been twitchy ever since we went into the tunnel, haven't you? Fred didn't speak for a moment. I miss the openness, he said then. But worse, I miss the feeling of your star on me. Where I come from, no one is sealed away from the surrounding emissions. He trailed off his thoughts full of the strange hiss and crackle of interstellar radiation, subtly patterned sound rushing and dying away and swelling up again, the speech in yet another of its forms, star song. Nita thought, you say you heard about it with the Book of Night with Moon, she said. Was that how your friends, your people, they actually talked to each other over all those distances? Millions of light years? That's right. Not that we use light to do it, of course, but the words, the song, they never stop. Except now, I can hardly hear anything but neutrinos. Kit and Nita glanced at each other. The world gate is underground, Fred, Kit said. In back of a deli, a little store. We'll have to be there for at least a few minutes to get Nita's pen out. We could go out first and look around, Nita said. We're early. It's only 9:30. We don't even have to think about anchoring the time slide for a little bit yet. The subway cars screeched to a halt. Doors rolled open, and the crush loosened as people piled out, and Nita got off gladly, looking around for directional signs to point the way towards the concourse level of Grand Central. It had been a while since she'd been there. Are you sure you know your way around this place? Kit asked as Nita headed down a torn-up looking corridor. Uh-huh. They're always doing construction here. Come on. She led them up a flight of stairs into the lower Grand Central concourse. All beige tiles, gray floor, signs pointing to 50 different trains, and a small store packed together. The deli's down there, she said, as she went, waving a hand at a crowd of hurrying people. And the wide hall past them. We go up here, and another flight of stairs, wider and prettier, let them out and on the upper concourse, a huge stretch of cream-colored marble under a great blue dome, painted with constellations and starred with lights. They headed across the marble floor, up a short ramp, and out one of many brassy yellow doors. Onto the street. Immediately, the three of them were assailed by noise, exhaust fumes, people hurrying in all directions, a flood of cabs and buses and cars, but there was also sunlight, and Kit and Nita stood against the wall by the Grand Central doors, letting Fred soak it up and get his composure back. He did so totally oblivious to the 6 men and 3 jackhammers working just across the street behind a barrier of sawhorses and orange plastic cones. That's much better, he said. It was quieter inside, though, Kit said, and Nita was inclined to agree with him. I need a sip of my drink. Hang on.
Do, 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 do. Sorry, I couldn't think of any other music in that moment.
You're good. We still have the Too Stupid to Hate book review of Model Land up, and I'm just looking at the shelves behind him, and I'm just fascinated. Look at the stacks of books.
So many books.
I love it.
I was looking at a shirt with the pug, and there's the words under it says, "I can't adult today."
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Right. Let's see. The rattling clamor of the jackhammers was climbing down her ears into her bones. Ooh, what a visceral description. And making her teeth jitter. The men, 2 burly ones and 1 skinny one, all 3 broad-shouldered and tan, all in helmets and jeans and boots, appeared to be trying to dig to China. One of them hopped down into the excavation for a moment to check its progress and vanished up to his neck. Then the hammering started again. How can they stand it? Nita muttered. Stand what? It's lovely out here. Fred danced about a little in the air, brightening out of invisibility for a few moments and looked like a long-lived remnant of a fireworks display. Fred, put it out, Kit said. If somebody sees you... They didn't see me in the field the other day, Fred replied, though Artificer knows they looked. Probably the Learjet distracted them, Fred. Come on. Tone it down a little, Nita said. Let's go back inside and do what we have to. Then we can see the time slide and have fun in the city for the rest of the day. They went back inside and down the stairs again, accompanied by the quiet inward sound of Fred's grumbling. There was no trouble finding the little deli where the world gate was situated, and Nita and Kit paused outside it. You have everything ready? Nita said. All in here, Kit tapped his head. The spells are all set except for 1 or 2 syllables. It's like dialing almost all of a phone number. When I call for you, it just comes on... When I call for you, just come on back. All we need is for the supplies to be in range of the spell. There's nothing special that has to be done with them. Fred, you stay with Nita. As you say. Imagine if we had to say Fred's real name every single time they mentioned him. So much.
We would just say Kalikaba.
We would have come up with our own name for him anyway, I think. I think that's why she did it. She's like, they're not going to say that. They went in. Nita lingered by the front counter, staring at dill pickles. Ooh, dill pickles, especially the garlic dill ones. So good. Anyway. And the sandwich makings, trying to look normal while she waited for Kit to call her. Fred hung over her shoulder, looking with great interest at bologna and salami and mayonnaise and cream cheese. Ooh. You people certainly have enough ways to internalize energy, she said. He said, is there really that much difference between one brand of matter and another? Well, wasn't there any difference when you were a black hole? Didn't a rock, say, taste different from a ray of light when you soaked one or the other up? Now that you mention it, yes, but appreciating differences like that was something you had to work at for a long time. I wouldn't expect someone as young as you to... Nita, Kit's thought came abruptly. We've got trouble. It's not here. What? It has to be. It's gone, Nita. Girlie, said the man behind the deli counter in a no-nonsense growl. You gonna buy anything? Nita said, and by reflex more than anything else, picked up a can of soda from the nearby cooler and fished in her pocket for change. Kit, she called. Coming. Nita paid for the soda. Kit joined her carrying a small bag of potato chips, which he paid for in turn. Together, they went back out into the corridor. Kit knelt down by the window of a store across the way, a window full of shiny cutlery. He got his wizard's manual out of his pack and began going through the pages in a hurry. I don't get it, he said. I even checked this morning to make sure there hadn't been any change in the World Gate status. It said right here, patent and operative. Well, were the spells all right? Kit glared up at Nita as she was instantly sorry she'd asked. The spells were fine, Kit said, but they got caught like that first one did. I did, when you came along. Oh, damn, he trailed off, and Nita edged around beside him to look at the page. Something changed, Kit said, and indeed, the page didn't look as it had when Nita had checked it herself. In her own manual the night before, the listings for the other Manhattan World Gates were the same. The World Trade Center gate was still listed as under construction and the Rockefeller Center gate as closed for routine maintenance, but under the Grand Central gate listing was a small red box that said in bold-faced type, claudication temporarily dislocated due to unscheduled spatial interruption, followed by a string of numbers and symbols in the speech, a description of the gate's new location. Kit glanced up at the roof, through which the sound of a jackhammer could plainly be heard. The construction, he said, it must have screwed up the World Gate's interruption of space somehow. Nita was puzzled over the symbols for the new location. Isn't that term there the one for height above the ground? She asked. Uh-huh. Look at it. It must be 60, 70 stories straight up from here. Kit slapped the book shut in great annoyance, shoved it back into his backpack. Now what do? We go back outside? Fred asked very hopefully. It seemed the best... Fred wants to touch some grass. It seemed the best suggestion. The three of them walked out again, and Fred bobbed and danced some more in the sunlight, while Nita and Kit walked slowly east along 42nd Street, toward the Park Avenue overpass. Dislocated, Kit muttered, and who knows how long it'll take to come undislocated. A perfectly good piece of time wasted. Nita stopped and turned, looking up into the air and trying to estimate where the deli lay under the Grand Central Complex. She picked up a spot that seemed about right, let her eye travel up and up. 60, maybe 70 stories. Kit, she said. Kit, look what's 70 stories high and right next door. Kit looked dark blue and silver, with each shoots and leaves, with its big, stylized globe on one side. The Pan Am building reared its oblong self up at least 70 stories high, right there, not only right behind Grand Central, but part of it. Yeah, Kit said, his voice still heavy with annoyance. So you remember that shield spell you showed me? The one that makes the air solid? If you change the quantities in the spell a little, you can use it for something else. To walk on, even. You just keep the air hard. She couldn't keep from grinning. Kit stared at Nita as if she'd gone crazy. Are you suggesting that we walk out to the World Gate? And He laughed. How are we going to get up there? There's a helicopter on top of the building. Nita said promptly. They don't use it for big helicopters anymore, but the little ones still land, and there's an elevator in the building that goes right to the top. There's a restaurant up there too. Oh my god. Ha! Sorry. There's a restaurant up there too. My father had lunch with someone up there once. I bet we could do it. Kit stared at her. If you talk the air solid, you're going to walk on it first. I saw that spell. It's not that easy. I practiced it some. Come on, Kit. You want to waste the time slide? It's almost 10 now. It'll probably be years before these guys are finished digging. Let's do it. They'll never let us up there, Kit said with conviction. Oh, yes, they will. They won't have a choice because Fred'll make a diversion for us. We don't even need anything as big as Learjet this time. How about it, Fred? Fred looked at them reluctantly. I must admit I have been feeling an urge to burp. Kit still looked uncertain, and when we get up there, he said, all those stories up and looking at as if we're walking on nothing. What if somebody sees us? Nita laughed. Who are they going to tell? And who's going to believe them? I guess anybody else who, points up there and is like, oh, yeah, those are kids up there.
No, they're not. I mean, who would believe the story? I'm going home. I don't know.
Just gaslight them.
You didn't see anybody. What are you talking about?
You hear yourself? You sound crazy right now.
Was there a photo? I would have heard about it in the news. 2 kids walking in midair. Like, who do you think you are?
Tell me exactly when it happened. If you can't remember exactly when it happened, it must not have happened.
I'm being gaslit by this fake gaslighting session.
Sorry.
It's all good. I'm just kidding. Huh. He said he saw 2 kids walking on air. He's crazy.
Anyway. Kit nodded and then began to grin slowly. Yeah, he said. Yeah, let's go. It's getting late. Back they went into Grand Central, straight across the main concourse this time, and up one of the 6 escalators that led to the lobby of the Pan Am building. Another relic of the 80s. Actually, I think Pan Am ended in the 90s. They paused just outside the revolving doors at the end of the escalators. The Pan Am lobby was a big place, pillared and walled and paved in dark granite, echoing with the sound of people hurrying in and out of the station. They went up the escalator to the next floor, and Nita pointed off to one side, indicating the elevator bank. One elevator had a sign standing by it, Copter Club Helipad Level Express. Also standing by it was a bored-looking uniformed security guard. That's it, Nita said. So if we can just get him away from there. It's not that simple, she pointed down at the end of the hall between 2 more banks of elevators. Another guard sat behind a large semicircular desk watching a row of TV monitors. They've got cameras all over the place. We've got to get that guy out of there too. Fred, if you're going to do something, do it right between them, out in front of that desk. Well, Fred said, sounding interested. Let's see. He dampened his light down and floated off towards the elevators, looking like an unusually large speck of dust, nothing more. The dust mote stopped just between the desk and the elevator guard, hung in midair and concentrated so fiercely that Nita and Kit could both feel it 30 feet away. Bang! That'll get their attention, Kit muttered. It did. Both the guards started at the noise, began looking around for the source of it, then both went very, very slowly over to examine the large barrel cactus in a brass pot that had suddenly appeared in the middle of the shiny floor. Now, Kit said, as he took off towards the elevator with Nita close behind. Both guards had their backs turned, and Nita, passing them, saw the elevator keys hanging off one guard's belt. Fred, she said hurriedly, can you grab those real fast the way you grabbed my pen? Don't swallow them. I might make that mistake once, Fred said, but not twice. And they slipped into the elevator. Fred paused by the guard's belt, and the keys vanished without so much as a jingle. He sailed into them. How was that? Great. Quick, Nita, close the door. She punched one of the elevator buttons, and the door slid shut. The keys appeared again, and Kit caught them in midair before they fell. It's always on one of these round ones, like they use on coin phones, he said, going through the keys. Fred, I didn't know you could make live things. I didn't know either, Fred said, sounding unsettled, and I'm not sure I like it. Here we go, Kit said, and put one key into the elevator lock, turning it to run, and then press the button marked 73 restaurant helipad. The elevator took off in a hurry. Nita swallowed repeatedly to pop her ears. Aren't you going to have to change the spells a little to compensate for the gate being up high now? She said after a moment. A little. You just put in the new height coordinate. Oops. The elevator began to slow down quickly, and Nita's stomach churned for a moment. She and Kit both pressed themselves against the sides of the elevator so they wouldn't be immediately visible to anyone who might happen to be standing right outside the door. But when the door slid open, no one was there. I feel like I'm getting vertigo just thinking about it. I feel a little queasy.
Oh, no.
I'm okay. This is a scene. Fun fact, this is the scene on the cover. Oh, I love getting to the scene on the cover. This is them walking.
Oh, my God. Oh, that's what Pichu meant by saying don't look down.
Yep. I love getting to the scene on the cover of the book. It feels like you've won something. It's like getting the prize out of the cereal box. You're like, aha!
I found it. Eureka.
I found it.
We did it, everyone.
We just end the stream here. Okay, we can go home.
Okay, bye.
We probably will end after this chapter because I can specifically smell food cooking downstairs.
I can smell it too. It smells good.
It does smell good. But we got almost halfway done. So
oh my goodness.
We really made quick progress with this one.
And I feel like you're getting the longer chapters, and I'm
Am
just
I?
like, oh no.
I think
like
all the chapters are long, but I don't know.
Well, I've been making
This one is like a over 50-page chapter.
Oh my gosh. A 100-page chapter.
Oh my god. At that point, you just don't do chapters. Who would win in a fight? A group of Autobots or a coven of evil magic users?
Will they be able to will they be able to like control the metal in the Autobots?
Yeah, I guess depending on what kind of magic they can use.
And and is it like, are we talking Autobots, or if we include Decepticons, they're like just emit sound rays so they can't talk and then smack them.
Yeah, Decepticons would definitely kick the wizard's ass. I don't know about the Autobots, though. I think the level of power goes Autobots and then Decepticons, and then wizards are kind of right in the middle.
I would watch that video where it's like, if they were to fight one another, then this would happen.
Just unhinged ramblings. It's just like, Avery, what are we watching today? We're not watching anything. I'm just stressed.
Oh. No, but the wizards have control over the metal. But this is alien metal. Will they still be able to deal with it? They might have to change the words, but do the Autobots know that?
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah.
But yes. Sorry, I wasn't yawning at what you were saying. I was just yawning at my brain.
Why, brain? Why?
Why, brain? No one was there. They peered out and saw a long carpeted corridor with a plate glass door at one end. Through it, they saw tables and chairs, and more dimly through a window, a hazy view of the east side skyline. A muffled sound of plates and silverware being handled came down the hall to them. It's so early for lunch, Nita said, relieved. Let's go before someone sees us. What about these keys? Look, let's leave them in the elevator lock. That way, the guard downstairs will just think he left them there. If they discover they're missing, they'll start looking for whoever took them, and this would be the first place they'd look. Yeah, but how are we going to get down? We'll walk on air, Kit said, his voice teasing. Nita rolled her eyes at the ceiling. Or we'll go down with the people coming out for lunch. If that doesn't work, let's just get out of here first, okay? Which way do we go to get up onto the helicopter? On the heliport. Left. There are stairs. They slipped out of the elevator just as it chimed and its doors shut again. Probably the guard had called it from downstairs. The corridor off to the left was featureless except for one door at its very end. Helipad access, the door said in large red letters. Nita tried the knob, then let her hand fall in exasperation. Locked. Crud. Well, wait a moment, Kit said, and tried the knob himself. You don't really want to be locked, do you? He said aloud in the speech, very quietly. Again, Nita was amazed by how natural the wizard's language sounded when you heard it, and how nice it was to hear, as if after being lost in a foreign country for a long time, someone should suddenly speak warmly to you in English. You've been locked for a couple of days now, Kit went on, his voice friendly and persuasive, not casting a spell, just talking. Though in the speech, the two were often dangerously close. It must be pretty dull being locked, no one using you, no one paying any attention. Now we need to use you at least a couple of times this morning, so we thought we'd ask. Wait, that's not the sound of an unlocking door. Sound of an unlocking door is the way that it's written. Said the lock, and the knob turned in Kit's hand. Thank you, he said. We'll be back later. He went through the door into the stairwell. Nita and Fred followed as the door swung behind them and locked itself again. There was a decidedly friendly sound to the click. Kit grinned triumphantly at Nita as they climbed the stairs. How about that? He Jedi mind tricked that door. Not bad, Nita said, determined to learn how to do it herself, if possible. You've been practicing, too. Not really. Some of this stuff just seems to come naturally as you work with it more. My mother locked herself out of the car at the supermarket last week, and I was pulling on the car door and talking at it. You know how you do when you're trying to get something to work, and then it worked. I almost fell over. The door came open so fast. It's the speech that does it. I think everything loves to hear it. Remember what Carl said, though? I know. I won't overdo it. You think we ought to call him later? Let him know what happened to the gate? They came to the top of the stairs, paused before the next closed door, breathing hard from the exertion of climbing the stairs fast. Probably he knows if he's looked at his book this morning, Nita said. Look, before we do anything else, let's set the time slide. This is a good place for it. We're out of sight. When we're tired of running around the city, we can just activate it, and we'll be back here at 11:15. Then we'll go downstairs into Grand Central and downstairs into the shuttle, and then home in time for lunch. Sounds good. They began rummaging in their backpacks, and before too long had produced the 8.5 sugar cubes, the lithium cadmium battery, a fat one, bigger than a D cell and far heavier. That is very 80s. That's probably the most 80s part of this book so far. A specific integrated circuit chip salvaged from the innards of a dead pocket calculator and the handle of a broken glass teacup. You might want to back away a little, Fred, so your emissions don't interfere with the spell, Kit said. Right. Fred retreated high up into one ceiling corner of the stairwell, flaring bright with interest. All right, Kit said, thumbing through his manual to a page marked with a bit of ripped-up newspaper. Here we go. This is a time slide inauguration, he said aloud in the speech. Claudication type Miserable Vignette 6 authorization group. Nita swallowed, feeling the strangeness set in as it had during their first spell together, feeling the walls lean in to listen, but it was not a silence that fell this time. As Kit spoke, Nita became aware of a roaring away at the edge of her hearing and a blurring of the limits of her vision. Both effects grew and strengthened to the overwhelming point almost before she realized what was happening. And then it was too late. She was seeing and hearing everything that would happen for miles and miles around at 11:15, as if the building were transparent, as if she had eyes that could pierce stone and ears that could hear a leaf fall blocks away. The words and thoughts of a million minds poured down on her in a roaring onslaught like a wave crashing down on a swimmer, and she was washed away helpless. Too many sights, commonplace and strange, glad and frightening, jostled and crowded all around her, and squeezing her eyes shut made no difference. The sights were in her mind. I'll go crazy, stop it! But she was caught in the spell and couldn't budge. Stop it! Oh, let it stop! It stopped. She was staring at the floor between her and Kit, as she had been doing when the floor of feelings swept over her. Everything was the same as it had been, except that the sugar was gone. Kit was looking at her in concern. You all right, he said. You look a little green. Yeah, Nita rubbed her head, which ached slightly, as if with the memory of a very loud sound. What happened to the sugar? It went away. That means the spell took, Kit began, gathering up the rest of the materials and stowing them. He looked at her again. Are you sure you're okay? Yeah, I'm fine. She got up, looked around restlessly. Come on, let's go. Kit got up too, shrugging into his backpack. Yeah, which way is the crack? Went something against the door outside, and Nita's insides constricted. She and Kit both threw themselves against the wall behind the door, where they would be hidden if it opened. For a few seconds, neither of them dared breathe. Nothing happened. What was that? Kit asked. I don't know. It sounded like a shot. Lord, Kit, what if there's somebody up here with a gun or something? What's a gun? Fred said. You don't want to know, Kit said. Then again, if there was somebody out there with a gun, I doubt they could hurt you, Fred. Would you go out there and have a quick look around, see who's there? Why not? Fred floated down from the ceiling and looked the door over, put his light out, and slipped through the keyhole. For a little while there was silence, broken only by the faint, faraway rattle of a helicopter going by blocks away. Then the lock glowed a little from inside, and Fred popped back in. I don't see anyone out there, he said. Kit looked at Nita. Then what made the noise? She was as puzzled as he was. She shrugged. Well, if Fred says there's nothing out there, I suppose, but let's keep our eyes open. Kit coaxed the door open as he had the first one, and the three of them stepped cautiously out of the roof. Most of it was occupied by the helipad proper, the long, wide expanse of bare tarmac, ornamental with its big yellow square and H symbol, and surrounded by blue, low-intensity landing light. At one end of the oblong pad was a small glass-walled building decorated with Pan Am logo, a descended orange wind sock, and a anemometer, its three little cups spinning energetically in the brisk morning wind. Beyond the helipad, the roof was graveled, and various low-set ventilator stacks poked up here and there. A yard-high guardrail edged the roof. Rising up on all sides was Manhattan, a stony forest of buildings in all shapes and heights. To the west glimmered the Hudson River and the Palisades on the New Jersey side. On the other side of the building lay the East River and Brooklyn and Queens, veiled in mist and pinkish smog. The sun would have felt warm if the wind had stopped blowing. No one was up there at all. Nita took a few steps off the paved walkway that led to the little glass building and scuffed at the gravel suspiciously. This wind is pretty stiff, she said. Maybe a good gust of it caught some of this gravel and threw it at the door. But even as she said it, she didn't believe it. Maybe, Kit said. His voice made it plain that he didn't believe it either. Come on, let's find the gate. That side, Nita said, pointing south where the building was wider. They headed toward the railing together, crunching across the gravel. Fred perched on Nita's shoulder. She looked at him with affection. Worried? No, but you are. A little. That sound shook me up. She paused again, wondering if she heard something behind her. She turned. Nothing. The roof was bare, but still, Nita turned back and hurried to catch up with Kit, who was looking back at her. Something. I don't know. I doubt it. You know how to see things out of the corner of your eye, movements that aren't there. I thought maybe the door moved a little. I don't know about you, Kit said, but I'm not going to turn my back on anything while I'm up here. Fred, keep your eyes open. Kit paused. Does Fred have eyes? I wonder what Fred has. Bye, Rex. Hi, Anton.
Bye, Rex. Hi, Anton.
Anton says, I know that making 1,000 paper cranes in a year is believed to grant the maker a wish, Gabe, as you are you trying to summon a dino wish or Jeff Goldblum?
Yes, I will. Jeff Goldblum will appear and he will grant my one wish, but it has to be dinosaur related. My wish will be, what did the Spinosaurus actually look like? Because apparently there's a lot of turmoil in the paleontological community over what it looked like, because people don't know. Poor Spinosaurus.
Oh, lost to time for now until somebody figures it out.
Yep, I will make the wish and we will all figure it out, everyone. How much longer is the chapter? Because you've been reading for a while.
10 more pages.
Oh my gosh.
I'm sorry, I'm getting there.
Oh no, it's just like I feel bad because you have to read so much more.
Oh, it's fine. I like reading. I read whole books by myself a lot of times on stream.
Oh, okay.
My first book back after taking the weekend off, I was like, huh. It was the California Diaries book, and it isn't even that long of a book, but I was just like, my voice was just like, huh.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. It was just kind of funny.
You take one little break and then...
Yeah, your vocal cords are like, who? Alright. Fred, keep your eyes open. Kit paused by the railing, examining the ledge below. It may be 6 feet wide, then, below it, maybe 6 feet wide, then looked up again. On second thought, do you have eyes? That's what I said. I don't know, Fred said, confused, but courteous as always. Do you have chilakery? Good question, Nita said, a touch nervously. Kit, let's do this and get out of here. He nodded, unslung his pack, and laid the aspirin pine cone and fork on the gravel by the railing. Nita got out the rowan wand and dropped it with the other materials while Kit went through his book again, stopping at another marked spot. Okay, he said after a moment. This is an imaging and patency spell for a temporospatial claudication. Azteca class. Purpose, retrieval of an accidentally internalized object. Matter energy quotient. Kit read in a long string of syllables a description of Nita's pen in the speech, followed by another symbol group that meant Fred and described the properties of the little personal world gate that kept his great mass at a great distance. Nita held her breath, waiting for another onslaught of uncanny feelings, but none ensued. When Kit stopped reading and the spell turned her loose, it was almost a surprise to see, hanging there in the air, the thing they had been looking for. Puckered, roughly oblong, vaguely radiant, an 8-foot scar on the sky. The world gate about 100 feet out from the edge, where there stood maybe 30 feet below in the heliport level. Well, Kit said then, sounding very pleased with himself, there we are, and it looks all right, not much different from the description in the book. Now all we have to do is get to it. Nita picked up the Rowan wand, which for the second part of the spell would serve as a key to get the pen through the world gate and out of Fred. She tucked the wand into her belt, leaned on the railing, and looked out at the air. According to the wizard's manual, air, like the other elements, had a memory and could be convinced in the speech to revert to something it had been before. It was this memory of being locked in stone as oxides or nitrates or frozen solid in the deeps of space that made the air harden briefly for the shielding spell. Nita started that spell in its simplest form and then went into a more formal one, as much a reminiscence as a convincing. She's talked to the air about the old days when starlight wouldn't twinkle because there was nothing to make it do so, and when every shadow was sharp as a razor and distance didn't look distant because there was no air to soften them. The immobility came down around her as the spell began to say itself along with Nita, matching her cadence. She kept her eyes closed, not looking for fear. Something that should be happening might not be. Slowly, with her words, she began to shape the hardening air into an oblong, pushing it out through the other, thinner air she wasn't including in the spell. It's working better than usual, faster, she thought. Maybe it's all the smog here. The air's half solid already, she kept talking. Kit whispered something, but she couldn't make out what, and he didn't want to try. I know it's a strain being solid these days, she whispered in the speech, but just for a little while, just to make a walkway out to that puckered place in the sky. Then you can relax. Nothing too thick, just strong enough to walk on. Nita! Nita! The sound of her name in the speech caught her attention. She opened her eyes, arrows straight, sloping down from the lower curb on the railing between her and Kit. The air had gone hard. There was dirt and smog trapped in it and making the sudden walkway more translucent than transparent. But there was no mistaking it for anything but air. It had a more delicate, fragile look than any glass ever could. No matter how thin, the walkway ran smooth and even all the way out to the world gate, widening beneath it into room enough for two to stand. Wow, Nita said, sagging against the railing and rubbing her eyes as she let the spell go. She was tired. The spelling was a strain, and that feeling of nervousness left over from the loud noise outside the stairwell came back. She glanced over her shoulder again, wondering just what she was looking for. Kit peered over the railing and walkway. This better be some pen, he said, and turned his back to the world gate, watching the roof. Go ahead. Nita made sure her backpack was slung properly, checked the Rowan wand again, and slowly swung over the guardrail, balancing on the stone in which it was rooted. She was shaking and her hands were wet. If I don't just do this, she thought, I never will. Just one step down. Callahan, and then a nice solid walkway straight across. Really, believe. Ouch. It gives me vertigo just thinking about it. I don't like the thought of walking on air 70 stories up. There was only one part of that was bombed existence during World War II, and then Anton says, but that all changed when the Fire Nation attacked.
Yep. I remember seeing a video where it's just like, they had one, but it's gone now, and so now people are just guessing. Underwater. Yeah, they thought it was like a quadrupedal and like swam around, but they're like, we don't know if its jaws were useful for anything other than fish, and they're like, it only swam and it's a piscivore, but was it? Did it stand upright? It could have. And it's just like
Okay.
Hopefully they'll find some skeletal remains of a Spinosaurus at some point.
Yay. Hopefully.
Well, once I make this wish, they will.
You know what'll be really weird? If we string all of these together, you make 1,000 of them, and then they actually do find one.
That would be amazing.
I'm gonna be like, Gabe.
And I'll be like, oh, I did it.
I did it.
You're welcome.
This better be some pen, he said, and turned his back to the world gate, watching the roof. Go ahead. Nita made sure her backpack was slung properly, checked the rowan wand again, and slowly swung over the guardrail, balancing the stone in which was rooted. I already read this part. Hang on. Where was I? I lost my place.
I think that was about the right spot.
Believe. Ouch! The air was so transparent that she misjudged the distance down to it. Her foot hit before she thought it would, and the jolt went right up her spine, still holding the railing. Nita lifted that foot a bit, then stomped down hard on the walkway. It was no different from stomping on a sidewalk. She let her weight down, on that foot, brought the second down, and stomped with that too. It was solid. Like rock, Kit, she said, looking up at him, still holding the rail. Come on. Sure, Kit said, skeptical. Let go of the rail first. Nita made a face at Kit and let go. She held both arms out at first, as she might have on a balance beam in a gym, and then waved them experimentally. See, it works, Fred. Fred bobbed down beside her, looking with interest at the hardened air of the walkway. And it will stay this way until I turn it loose. Well, she took a step backward further onto the walkway and looked up challengingly. How about it? Kit said nothing, just slung his own backpack over his shoulder and swung over the railing as Nita had done, coming down cautiously on the hardened air. He held out to the rail for a moment while conducting his own tests for the air's solidity. Come on, Nita said. The wind's not too bad. Lead the way. Nita turned around and, still holding her arms a little away from her to be sure of her balance, and started for the world gate as quickly as she dared, with Fred pacing her cheerfully to the left. 8 or 10 steps more, and it was becoming almost easy. She even glanced down towards the walkway. And there she stopped very suddenly, her stomach churning right over in her at the sight of the dirty, graveled roof of Grand Central, a long, long, long fall below. Don't look down, a memory said to her in Machu Picchu's scratchy voice. She swallowed, shaking all over, wishing she had remembered the advice earlier. Nita, what's the... Something went whack into the walkway. Nita jumped, lost her balance, and staggered back into Kit. For a few awful seconds, they teetered back and forth in the wind that gusted suddenly, pushing forward the edge together. And then Kit sat down hard on the walkway, and Nita half fell on top of him, and they held very still for a few gasps. What? I think it was a pigeon, Nita said, not caring whether Kit heard the tremulousness of her voice. You okay? Sure, Kit said just as shakily. I try to have a heart attack every day, whether I need it or not. Same. Bye, Anton.
Bye, Anton.
Get off my knee, huh? They picked each other up and headed for the gate again. Even if you have trouble with gravity, Fred said wonderingly as he paced them. I'm glad I left my mass elsewhere. So are we, Nita said. She hurried the last 20 steps or so to the widened place at the end of the walkway, with Kit following close. She knelt down in a hurry to make sure the wind wouldn't push her over again, and looked up at the world gate. Seen this close, it was about 4 feet by 8, the shape of a tear in a piece of cloth. It shone with a palely glowing, shifting soap bubble iridescence. Finally, my pen, she thought, but somehow the thought didn't make Nita as happy as it should have. The uneasy feeling that had started in the stairwell was still growing. She glanced over her shoulder at Kit. He was kneeling too, with his back to her, watching the walkway and the rooftop intently. Beside her, Fred hung quietly, waiting. Now what? He asked. Nita sighed, pulled the rowan rod out of her belt, and inserted one end of it delicately into the shimmering veil that was the surface of the world gate. Though the city skyline could be seen very clearly through the shimmer, the inch or so of the wand that went through it appeared to vanish. Just perch yourself on the free end here, Nita said, holding the wand by its middle. Make contact with the same way you did with those keys, okay? Simple enough. Fred floated to the end of the rod and lit there, a bright, still spark. All right, I'm ready. Nita nodded. This is a retrieval, she said in the speech. Involvement confined to a pen with the following characteristics. Zayn 6.3. Nita. The note of pure terror in Kit's mind voice caused Nita to do the unforgivable break off in the middle of a spell and look over her shoulder. Shapes were pouring out of the little glass shelter building, which had been empty, and was still somehow empty. Even as Nita looked, she got a first impression of grizzled coats, red tongues that lolled and slavered, fangs that gleamed in the sunlight, and she thought, wolves. But their eyes changed her mind as 10 or 12 of the creatures loped across the roof toward the transparent walkway, giving tongue in an awful, mindless cacophony of snarls and barks and shuddering howls. The eyes, people's eyes, blue, brown, green, but with almost all the intelligence gone out of them. Nothing left but a hot, deadly cunning and an awful desire for the taste of blood. From her reading in the wizard's manual, she knew what they were. Perytons. Wolves would have been preferable. Wolves were sociable creatures. These had been people once. People so used to hating that at the end of life they'd found a way to keep doing it by hunting the souls of others through their nightmares. And once a Peryton caught you. Nita started to hitch backward in total panic and then froze, realizing that there was nowhere to go. She and Kit were trapped another second and the Perytons would be on the bridge and at their throats for eternity. Kit whipped his head around toward Nita and the world gate. Jump through and break the spell, he yelled. But, and she grabbed his arm, pushed the Rowan wand through her belt, and yelled, "Come on, Fred!" The first 3 Perytons leapt the guardrail and landed on the bridge running. Nita threw herself and Kit at the world gate, being careful of its edges, and she knew she must, while screaming in absolute terror, the word that would dissolve the walkway proper. For a fraction of a second, she caught the sound of screams other than her own, howls of creatures unseen but falling. Then the shimmer broke against her face like water, shutting out sound and light, and finally thought, blinded, deafened, and alone, she fell forever. That's the end of the chapter.
Oh my gosh.
I love this book so much. Ellery says, I love it too. This is very fun. We're halfway through.
That was not where I thought that was going. I didn't realize that there were going to be wolf creatures that were going to try to eat
cliffhanger. Them. Well, and here's what makes a cliffhanger worse. I don't think we can stream together for, the next 2 weeks?
Yeah.
Yeah, because next week is Mother's Day weekend, and then the weekend after that, Maddie's coming home from college for the weekend, so you'll probably see some content from us, but yeah. So we're gonna put a pin in this and read the other half of this book in a couple of weeks.
Yep.
Yep. But yeah, that is where I think we'll leave off today. Can you hand me that bookmark, the kind of loved one?
This one?
Yeah. Thank you. I'm just gonna put it in here so that we remember where we are.
Cool.
I think technically we only read 4 chapters. Or a prologue and 3 chapters,
oh
but it was...
Yeah, you read a lot.
It was 176 pages that we read today. I think that's a record for us. Which says something about the book, I think.
It's so easy to read.
It's such long chapters, but it's such a fun change from Imagines in Model Land. It's true.
Yes.
National Guilt Trip Day, Texas says. Mother's Day.
Yes. Yeah,
Yay.
I'm gonna make sure to buy lots of things for my mother.
Yay.
Hopefully she likes it.
But yes, I think for now. Whoop, thank you, Chris. Chris, stay safe, friend. $4.99 super chatted us.
Thank you, Chris.
That's very kind of you, Chris.
You are awesome, Chris.
Chris is amazing. You guys are all amazing.
Side note, I brought like I randomly write cards, so maybe Avery will send some out, or I can send some out to you guys because you guys are awesome, guys,
Yay.
gals, and non-binary individuals.
Non-binary pals.
Guys, gals. I like that. Guys, gals, and non-binary pals.
I think that would be fun. But yeah, my legs are going a little bit numb from sitting on this chair.
Oh no.
Okay. We're gonna go eat food. And we will see you guys later.
See you later, and thank you guys for being guys, gals, and non-binary pals for being here.
Yes, and thank you again, Ellery, for sending us this.
Yes, thank you, Ellery.
Yay. Bye, guys.
Bye.